Hi there, this is Dave Scott, and I would like to invite you to listen Monday through Friday right here on Spaced Out Radio. 3 hours a night of the top stories with the top guests, ranging topics from UFOs to ETs, ghosts to Sasquatch, and everything in between. We are live every night, 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern. So come on in and take a listen at spacedoutradio.com. Spaced Out Radio will take you out of this world.
Scout 6316, 8.8 for 6,000. Got 6316, North approach, going to maintain 3,000, number 1 for the right. 3,000, Scout 6316. Redwood 811, going to maintain 4,000. Airport's open to Fox 1.
We take you higher and higher and higher. You feel it over and over again. We take you higher and higher and higher. You feel it over and over again.
6 runway, fly runway heading, runway 5. Let's take off.
Check! Hey!
And we are ready for takeoff. Sit back, relax. It's time to travel with Cosmic Passport. Spaced Out Weekend presents Elizabeth Anglin's Cosmic Passport. A 1-hour warm-up of news, stories, thoughts, and ideas to captivate your mind. You can follow us at spacedoutradio.com.
Now 20 years have passed us by, and we look back and count the time. Burning like the summer sun, when the world was young. As I lay staring from the ground, and sniffing trumpets wait to sound.
And now, here's Our Lady of Flight, Cosmic Passport with Elizabeth
Good
Anglin.
evening. No. Good evening. Again, doppelganger me. This is Elizabeth Anglin on with Cosmic Passport on Spaced Out Radio Weekend on spacedoutradio.com. Thank you for being here with us this evening. James Tyson will be in this evening in just a little less than an hour for getting ready for 2 mediums and a large. We are going to have Paisley and Skeeter on tonight, getting ready to take your calls for psychic and mediumship and numerology readings. It's going to be a fun night. Tonight on Cosmic Passport, we're talking about keeping our space clear and clean. I guess we'll call it spiritual hygiene. Oh my God, it sounds like a high school class that I never wanted to take. But just staying clear and clean and bright and happier. I've got some guided meditations for y'all to help you get grounded and help you stay clear and clean. So before we do that, we want to say thank you to all the listeners who are here from High Plains Radio Network and I think it's 130 countries worldwide. Everybody down in the terrestrial radio station in New Orleans, whose number I can't remember. Sorry, guys, but thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you, James, 107.7. Thank you guys for being here and listening to spacedoutradio.com, Spaced Out Radio Weekend, and Cosmic Passport. Anybody who's listening on TuneIn, any of our other affiliates on Spreaker, or if you're just listening through spacedoutradio.com, thank you for being here. You are the reason we are here. We actually still don't make any money doing this, so it's really personal, and it's about us being here, learning, sharing, growing, having a good time together, finding out about the paranormal, looking into the unknown, going where few terrestrial souls have dared to go before. We are sort of the Star Trek of radio. At least I like to think so. That's why this show is called Cosmic Passport. So tonight, as we get started, I had a fun day yesterday giving a talk at the New Mexico Paranormal Forum on alien abductions in childhood, and also on what aliens are doing. And I wanted to make it really clear. Sometimes when we're talking about aliens or we're talking about the unknown, people can get into conspiracy theories that are nothing more than stories that have been sent way out of whack. And there's a really important thing. If you're becoming intuitive, if you're becoming a medium, if you're becoming an animal telepath or a Bigfoot telepath, or say you're an alien contactee or an experiencer, and you're starting to use your skills, and my belief and understanding and experience over the last quarter century is that if you are a contactee or an abductee or some sort of alien experiencer, you probably have skills, and it's good to look into them. But if you're doing that, the safest and the most sane and the fastest way to do it is to really be self-responsible. And what that means is spend less time worrying about what other people are doing, what other people are saying, what the big baddies might be doing, whoever the big baddies are to you, what the big baddies might be saying, whether these people are online, in the news, in politics, at work, in your friends, not in your friends, in your family. Self-responsibility means being less concerned with what they do, and that's the big capital they, whether it's a conspiracy theory or it's just those people over there, or it's your mom and dad or your brother and sister, or the people who aren't paying your car insurance or whatever. Be less concerned with what they do and be more concerned with what you do, how you regulate your energy, how you practice your spirituality, how you change your vibration, and how you create your own reality. And some people say, well, okay, that's just blaming people who are victimized for being victimized when you say to be responsible for it. No, not really. I've been the uber victim in my life. I've been the big, fat, uber queen of alien abduction, get taken 3 times a week, feel really sorry for myself, wish they'd throw me in a rubber room person. And guess what? Didn't get me anywhere. I didn't learn much. I felt really sorry for myself. I felt really put upon, and I started to get really sick. I started to have immune dysfunction, chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia, when it was about what they did. And in my case, it was big bad aliens or little gray aliens who weren't that bad, but they kept doing it. When it was about that, I did not do well. I started to get very sick, and I started not to be able to take care of myself and take care of business. But when I turned it around to start taking care of myself and to start being responsible for myself, being responsible for my own health, my own energy system, learning to use my skills as a telepath, learning to use my skills as an intuitive, learning to overcome and remove certain blocks, certain implants, certain karma. When I really delved into that part of the path, I began to heal, and I began to heal very rapidly. And how the world looked to me began to change. It began to become brighter, and people began to seem less threatening, and I began to feel less angry about what was happening. The world didn't change. There's still tons of things that I could be very critical of. Nothing changed about that. But what happened for me was I started to see the negativity through the eyes of still being in love with people, still being in love with the world, still being in love with the situation of being alive, versus, being tired of it all and being put upon for being here and seeing it as the glass less than half empty. So self-responsibility is paying attention to how you are perceiving your own reality. Are you a victim? Are they, whoever they are, victimizing you? And if that's how you're going about it, how is that affecting your body? How is that affecting your mind? How is that affecting your daily perception of events, your job, your relationships? How is it affecting your animals? It's really important, even if weird, unknown stuff happens to you, to be self-responsible for what's going on, even if you don't know what's going on, and not allow yourself to fall into the trap of victimhood, not allow yourself to start pointing fingers and saying, oh, well, that demon person over there, well, that's the source of all my problems, blah, 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 blah. None of that is actually true. So, on the spiritual path, start with self-responsibility. Even if you are the most put upon, poor, pathetic, sickly, alien abductee, or person who's being attacked by astral entities, even if you can't handle anything, start with self-responsibility, even if it's being self-responsible for your big toe. Today I will get my big toe out of bed and I will put it on the floor, and I will be responsible for that, and then give yourself a pat on the back. Even if you have to start slow, start with self-responsibility, because that's where everything follows from. And meditation and willful sort of controlling your own thoughts and programming your own thoughts and reprogramming your own thoughts. So I'm going to give you a visualization of what kind of happens to us when we get here on Earth. So, granted, this is all from an evidential spirit mediumship / near-death experiencer / I've been doing this for 20 years / point of view, which you don't have to agree with, but it's my worldview, so I'm going to present it to you because it's what I know. When you're on the other side, before you come into the world, there is some cognizance and understanding of your life lesson plan. You're picking your parents, your family, your sort of social milieu, your town, whether it's warm, whether it's cold, and you have reasons for that. And those reasons may be karma. You may want to work something out with somebody. Those reasons may be that you want to be of service in the world. Those reasons may be that you need to forgive yourself for something, and you're going to set up the right conditions for self-forgiveness. There are all sorts of reasons why you end up where you end up as a little bitty baby in your mama's arms hopefully with your father there cooing over you. But then the first thing that happens is, as you're a little bitty baby, is you are so influenced by all the energies that are around you. Everything you're learning about the world, the physical world, how to be in the world, and also energetically, is coming at you from your brothers and sisters, your mothers, your fathers, your grandparents. And then as you grow, it keeps coming, and you keep imbibing it, because you're learning from everything and everyone that's around you, especially the people who are important to you, what the world is about, how to be, what it means, etc., yada, yada. Well, sometimes during these phases of growth and development, what you also imbibe are spiritual programs or mental, emotional programs that aren't yours. And so you can imbibe your mother's or your father's or your grandfather's or your grandmother's sense of not being able to have. Like, you can have things given to you, but they'll break. So you have an issue with having this, for example. Or you can imbibe a family member's anger at the motor vehicle division. I hate the motor vehicle division. Or you can imbibe, something else that just isn't necessarily yours. It doesn't stem from something that happened in your life. It's not your opinion. And it's coming from an outside source that has nothing to do with you. If you start looking at your mental emotional state, and when you notice that you're having a negative thought or a negative feeling, reviewing it and saying, is this mine? Just say to yourself, the next time you pass a motor vehicle division and say, those MVD a-holes, if that's what you do, is it yours? Have they done anything to you? Or was that your grandfather's? Or was it his grandfather's? Did you get that negative programming from somebody else? The Fed's going to screw us all up if you're in the United States. Is that programming coming from you, or is it peer pressure from one of your friends who wants you to believe the Fed's going to screw us all up? I'm not going to say boo about the Fed, because whatever it is, it hasn't happened completely yet. But the fact of the matter is, if you're imbibing negative information, that's negative programming, and what you're doing is you're telling your body that it's under attack, that they, whether they're the MVD or the Fed or doctors, oh my gosh, I hate to go to the doctor, or school, teachers, or whoever, you're imbibing this idea that you're a victim, and you put your body on alert, and then you begin to tire yourself out. So be responsible for your thoughts, but also be responsible at looking at your thoughts and saying, well, are these really mine? Are they really necessary? And who and what are they serving when you have a thought? That's one way. If you're fighting with being low energy, immune system issues, you may be an experiencer, but you can't seem to get it together to use your skills. One way of getting your energy up is to really look at your negative thoughts and say, is that mine? Did I program myself? Or is it somebody else's? Especially if it's yours and you don't want it anymore, you can let it go. If it's somebody else's and you don't want it anymore, you can let it go. And this is a really good mantra to say. I'm going to call it a mantra. It's kind of an affirmation, but it's also an unlocking mantra. So let's see. What's one of my negative programs? Let's see. Even though I perceive that I'm never going to make a lot of money, I deeply and profoundly love myself, and I allow myself to be. So I've got two things there. One is I deeply and profoundly love myself, and I allow myself to be, which is me saying that I allow my higher self, my divine self, my creator self to come into my body. I deeply and profoundly love that spiritual self. I'm allowing it to come into my body, and I'm allowing it to be. I'm allowing my big, amazing self to be, and I deeply and profoundly love that self. But even though I have a limiting belief system, which is I will never make very much money, even though I have a limiting belief system, which is that I never will make much money, I deeply and profoundly love myself, and I allow myself to be. So what you want to do to take responsibility for your thoughts, and this is one way of doing it, there are tons of others, but this is a way I like, is to identify, take it, every day or every other day, as you can take some meditative time, identify your negative thoughts and your judgments and your limitations and write them down. Get yourself a journal and sit down in the morning or at lunch or in the evening and just say, okay, what are my limiting negative thoughts for today? Oh, okay, my limiting negative thoughts for today are, I blame myself for my divorce. I'm not divorced, so I don't blame myself for my divorce, but it could be yours. I blame myself for losing this relationship. So you write down, okay, 1, I blame myself for losing my relationship. 2, I blame myself for my mother being mean to me. 3, I don't believe anyone will ever love me. 4, I don't know how to make money. 5, I don't know how to balance my time. Whatever it is, I don't know how to balance my time between family and work. Whatever the issue is of the moment, write it down and start with 5 of them. 5 of these issues in one day. Once you've identified them to yourself, then put them in the mantra. Even though I don't perceive anyone will ever love me, I deeply and profoundly love myself, and I allow myself to be. And repeat that to yourself for 10 minutes if you've got the time, 2 minutes if you've only got 2 minutes, 5 minutes if you've got something in between. And do it, a minute or 2, 3 times a day. Even though I don't perceive anyone will ever love me, I deeply and profoundly love myself, and I allow myself to be. What that's doing is it's energetically removing the negative and replacing it with the positive. If you deeply and profoundly love yourself and you allow yourself to be here on earth, the energy of your higher self washes away all the negative programming over time. So you're basically just pushing out the negative programming and the negative thoughts, and you're taking responsibility for them. Instead of saying, well, this person didn't love me, and so that's proved to me that I'm not lovable. Or, well, because my, parents never taught me how to be in relationship in a healthy way, that is proof that I will never have a healthy relationship. Whatever the negative thing is. Even though I perceive my parents screwed me up in terms of relationship, I deeply and profoundly love myself, and I allow myself to be. I start canceling that programming, that it's their fault or that it's my fault. When you start doing that, you'll begin to get healthier, and you'll begin to see things change. And you can use it for anything. It's just like a key in a lock. We have tons of keys and tons of locks, and none of them are the same. So you can, put your negative limiting thought. It can be yours and yours alone, and nobody else in the entire universe can have it. If you say, I perceive my limited negative thought, this one thought that nobody else has, I perceive my reality is this negative, limited way, and then follow it with, even though I perceive this negative thought, I deeply and profoundly love myself, and I allow myself to be. You would be surprised how many people are so busy beating themselves up that they're making their life crap for themselves, because, they haven't managed to get what they think they want. And I do that. I've done that. I'm guilty of it from time to time, or have been. Lately, I can't complain too much, but I'm not wowsy, woo-woo. I used to walk around, who is wowsy, woo-woo? It was like the guy from the Flintstones with the cloud. Not Eeyore, but the one. If you ever watched the Flintstones, I'm dating myself. Hold on, I'm going to take a drink of tea. So that being said, getting rid of your negative, limited thoughts, it does a couple things. One, it makes you happier. One, it helps your body. The next thing it does is it gives less for a negative astral entity outside of you. It gives them less to attach to. It gives them less to play off on. So if you're doing a paranormal hunt and you end up walking into some skanky but priest up in Canada's lair where he's keeping all the children locked up and won't let them go to heaven, and he's got all sorts of, mind games that he plays with everybody, and you walk into his lair with all his demonic dark entity bullcrap, the less of the negative stuff that you're holding in yourself, the less that Mr. Nasty on the other side, who hasn't moved on, or Mr. Nasty's nasties have to hook into and tap into and attach to. So you're going to be much less effed with by nasties on the other side if you take the time every day to find out what your negative stuff is, whether you got it from your parents, whether you got it from your friends, whether it's your own stuff, your own judgment against yourself. If you take the time every day or every other day to work on clearing it out of your space and allowing your spiritual self to come in and fill up your space, then you don't have holes for the astral nasties to plug themselves into and attach to and start messing around with you. You're going to go into paranormal situations with a lot more clarity, and you're going to leave them with a lot more clarity. And if something does attach to you, you're probably going to notice it a lot more quickly because you're spending time every week, whether it's every other day or even twice a week. You're spending time every week identifying where your negative thoughts are and saying, even though I perceive, I really hate so-and-so, I deeply and profoundly love myself. Even though, I really hate that guy up in Canada who's keeping all those kids hostage. I deeply and profoundly love myself and allow myself to be, or whatever it is. So self-responsibility, if you can start there, that's great. Now, I've also got some prayers. Maybe you've not done your work. Sometimes I don't do my work. It's okay. Because I have to do work every day, I tend to do my work every day. But there'll be times when it's, off season and nothing's going on, and I'll just kind of get lazy. So it's good to know and have prayers of protection and prayers of cleansing and purification around for you to use. And one of them, and this is from my friend Nathan Main, and you can check him out at transformationnathan.com, and he'll be on the show eventually, is just called Prayer of Protection. And this is what you say. I now call upon infinite spirit, infinite consciousness, divine intelligence, my divine presence, the angels of light, and the forces of light to protect me this day and every day from anything and everything that is adverse to my well-being, that does not belong to me, and that does not resonate with my divine presence or inner holiness. Now done, thank you, Spirit. So imagine you're, itty-bitty liberal Democrat, and you walk into the KKK club, and, you feel really threatened. Well, I now call upon the infinite spirit, infinite consciousness, divine intelligence, my divine presence, the angels of light, and the forces of light, to protect me this day and every day from anything and everything that is adverse to my well-being, that does not belong to me, and that does not resonate with my divine presence or any holiness, inner holiness. Now done. Thank you, Spirit. And this can also be, you show up at the gas station and a bunch of guys with prison tats are there looking at your ride or looking at you like, your candy. Or it can just be you go into a bar, or it can be you're in Walmart. We pick up astral entities almost everywhere that we go. See somebody on the road who has road rage, get home, say this prayer. I will write it. I now call upon infinite spirit, infinite consciousness, divine intelligence, my divine presence, and the angels of light and the forces of light to protect me this day and every day from anything and everything that is adverse to my well-being, that does not belong to me, and that does not resonate with my divine presence or any inner holiness. Now done. Thank you, Spirit. I will put that on a blog. If it doesn't show up this week, it will show up next week. And I will answer questions in about 5 minutes. The next prayer is of cleansing and purification. So this is if you've come back from a paranormal search, you've gone to the really scary place where people used to be incarcerated, or they used to be in the mental hospital, or you've just gone down to the bar and, a lot of people had a lot of attachments. Okay, prayer of cleansing and purification. I now call upon infinite spirit consciousness, my divine presence, inner holiness, the angels of light and the forces of light, divinely designated to work with me in this lifetime from the highest level of radiant love to imbue and permeate my entire being with pure love light energy, to now cleanse and purify my entire being of anything and everything that is adverse to my well-being, that does not belong to me, and that does not resonate with my divine presence or inner holiness. Now done. Thank you, Spirit. So this is like if you catch a spiritual cold, a spiritual virus, somebody else's entity, a demon follows you home, you feel like somebody else is attacking you or attacking your animals. You can say it for your animals. Again, prayer of cleansing and purification. I now call upon infinite spirit consciousness, my divine presence, inner holiness, the angels of light, and the forces of light, divinely designated to work with me in this lifetime, from the highest level of radiant love, to imbue and permeate my entire being with pure love light energy, to now cleanse and purify my entire being of anything and everything that is adverse to my well-being, that does not belong to me, and that does not resonate with my divine presence or any inner holiness. Now done. Thank you, Spirit. And I want to say this, especially for people who feel like they've been under attack. And you may be in a negative relationship with somebody. You may be in a relationship, as I've been, with unconscious mediums who don't stay in their body, and so channel negative entities or entities that never gained access to having a physical body, and so they'll use the unconscious medium for a bit. When you're in a deeper relationship with somebody, when you live with somebody, when you've been married to somebody, when somebody is your child, or when you've been in a close working relationship with somebody, or even when, suppose somebody is I had one thing happen. I hope it never happens to any of you. And it's not to say that people who do Wicca are wrong. It's just sometimes young people who do Wicca and aren't conscious of what they're doing really make messes. So there was a woman who got very jealous of my previous relationship with her boyfriend, and didn't want him to pay attention to me. So she basically took the cords that were attached between he and I and attached them to herself, but she didn't realize in the process that she had attached her own cords to me. And these began to get withered and darkened, and there was a connection between us that was just hateful. We didn't talk to each other. We didn't see each other for years. But there was this feeling every once in a while that I would be kicked in the stomach or would be under attack. And it was basically because she would think about me, or she would be mad with him, and all of a sudden all this hatred, anger, frustration, and rage would come through the cords toward me. Well, those were cords that needed to be removed. And finally, and it took, a couple decades, finally I figured it out. We've got cords. It's time to remove them. It's time to let them go. So when you're in a closer relationship where somebody has strong feelings, it can be like a curse, but it could also be just a spell that goes wrong. When somebody has strong feelings, this is the kind of thing you say. I now call upon infinite spirit consciousness, my divine presence, inner holiness, the angels of light, and the forces of light, divinely designated to work with me in this lifetime from the highest level of radiant love, to imbue and permeate my entire being with pure love light energy, to now cleanse and purify my entire being of anything and everything that is adverse to my well-being, that does not belong to me, and that does not resonate with my divine presence or inner holiness. Now done. Thank you, Spirit. And depending on how much energy something like, that spell gone wrong that Miss Little Wicca Chick, who was like 20 at the time, does it, you might need other forms of assistance, or you might need to keep repeating this and visualizing, especially if you become aware of cords, or it is somebody you've been in relationship with, you've lived with, a family member, a lover, an ex-husband, an ex-wife. You might need to say this prayer and also visualize the cords that are attached becoming full of love light energy and becoming full of the energy that is for your highest good and does resonate with your inner holiness. And as they become full and imbued with pure love light energy and this energy that is for your highest good, one of two things will happen. Either the relationship with this pure love light energy, which I often see as a white blue, but you could see it as gold or pink. It really depends on you. One of two things will happen. Either the cords will drop away, and that can be, a positive detachment from the person who has cords to you, or the cords will not drop away, but the relationship will become peaceful. There will stop being so much drama. There will stop being so much trauma. So that's what that second cleansing and purification is good for, and also just being aware. It's good for just, you go to Walmart, something funny was going on, you go to the bar, you go to a restaurant, you see road rage, you're at a school meeting, anywhere there's anger, frustration, rage, you may pick up something. You want the prayer of cleansing and protection. And if you're going out on paranormal stuff where a bunch of people were killed, yeah, you want the prayer of cleansing and protection. Okay, that being said, please give me a sec here. I hope you hear me. I'm just going to go on SOR Space Travelers chat room and see if there are any questions. Hold on. And I can sing the Jeopardy song really loudly while I do it. I should have done this before. I'm working really hard here. Here it comes. Do-do-do-do. Ugh. Coming. Promise. It's happening. Oh, James, did you... Oh, he didn't pin it. See, I blame James for everything. I have to do the clearing and protection for James. All the time. No, you didn't... I have my... yesterday's show is pinned. Tonight's show is not pinned at the top. Pin it, buddy, pin it. I am. I don't know if they can't hear. You can't hear him. He just called me a pain in the ass because we love each other so much. Okay, does anybody have any questions for me besides James asked me what the... I used to know. That's Lima's Peru. Sorry. Keto. Okay. Anybody? Any questions? Alrighty then. If you got no questions, we can move on to another thing. I'm going to give you another minute to ask questions. Hopefully I'm seeing the thread correctly, but I think you guys have it, at least in Space Travelers, you have it under control. All right, that being said, now a lot of people like to do chakra healing meditations. And what I would say about those are great, but you really also want to make sure that you're clearing from your day. So a prayer of protection, the prayer of cleansing and clearing will be great in addition to any light work that you do on your own body. There are lots of chakra healing guided meditation scripts. What I have found over the years is, and I'm talking years, like decades, is that I can't just do a chakra healing guided meditation and expect that my energy clear of astral entities or beings or ideas or programming that is not for my highest good. But I will feel comforted when I do something like a chakra healing guided meditation. There are tons of these on YouTube. There's a nice site that has a bunch of freebies, and you can use them. It's called theguidedmeditationsite.com. And another really wonderful resource that has been around for freaking ever, like since I was 4 years old. And it's not a cult, it's just a resource, is the Silva Ultramind practice. And that is just, it puts you into your own guided meditation where you can calm yourself down and really get yourself into alpha wave, delta wave, or theta wave, and become aware of what's in your energy field, but also program your own energy field. So it's a more active programming. And they have a free 9-lesson course that is so worth doing if you want to become intuitive. You don't have to go on and take Silva Masters or pay them anything. The 9-lesson course, if you understand it, if you get it, that what they're giving you is the potential to program yourself, to allow your intuition to shine through, to allow your compassion to shine through, to allow your ability to discern, to practice discernment with others to shine through, then you can just use the 9-lesson free course that they have online. And that's at Silva Ultramind. So you can get online and check out Silva Ultramind, free download course, 9 lessons. I suggest that to a lot of people. It's both cleansing, it's clarifying, but it also allows you to work on your skills and program it yourself so your skills come easily to you. So, and this can be more than skills. I mean, if you're having problems with, we had a question about an implant, and I looked at it and it looked like it came from the power mongers. You could do a Silva Ultramind session around that implant, and just during that session, during that self-hypnosis, when you're in either alpha or delta or theta, you could give that implant up to the universe and remove it from your system and never to return. So one of the things that you might say is, while you're in alpha, delta, or theta, which if you go to Silva Ultramind, they'll explain what that is. It's a deep meditative or a deep brain state. It's almost like sleep, but it's great for programming the mind. You can say to yourself about something you want to get rid of: divine high self, divine I am presence, infinite spirit, infinite consciousness. Please remove any and all implants that are not for my highest good from my body, mind, and spirit, from my etheric body, my astral body, any and all bodies throughout all reality. Please remove any and all implants and any and all suggestions of implants from my body and mind and spirit, from any and all energetic bodies, etheric bodies, from anywhere at any place in the universe throughout all infinity. Please remove them, deactivate them, and allow them to become neutral energy and nothingness, or send them into the central sun, never to be returned to me. Please fill up, re-educate my system, re-educate my body, mind, and spirit, only with energy that is for my highest good, that is in alignment with my inner holiness and my divine self. So, saying something like that, you can remove the energy of your implants. Doing it from a state of meditation, that'll just make it stronger. And if you do this work every day, it's like you snap your fingers and you're in that state of meditation where negative influences, whether they be from implants, whether they be from somebody pulling a mind whammy on you, whether they be from trapped emotions in your body, whether they be from an astral entity, a demonic entity, a dark entity, an alien that got stuck on this planet and wants to get off, whatever it is, if you do this kind of clearing work every day, you're going to find that you're more aware when something is wrong, and you're going to be able to use some skills to fix it for yourself. And if you can't, you can always call a friend. Call me. Call James. Bug him. We like to bug James. And in fact, I think I'm going to bug him right now before Paisley and Skeeter come on. James, are you there? Are you getting coffee? Are you trying to do something else?
Hello, what do you want?
I want you
to talk? Hopefully not, because I haven't even gone to make my tea yet.
Oh, no.
Well,
you haven't gone to make tea.
No, I've been trying to do that silly thing where you add people's names to the Facebook, because obviously we've been doing this for 2 years and people don't know we're on certain times. I have no idea why we have to invite all these people.
Yes, okay, so somebody asked me a question, so I'm going to end. Gail asked me a question, and does the same skill remove illness? And what I'm trying to think now, because I don't know when you typed the question, Gail, which skill it was, but all of the things that I'm talking about can help you if you are ill. So, especially being clear, because there's one thing when you have negative entities, or you have other attachments, or you have negative thoughts, and you have trapped emotions, what happens is your body is working really hard to heal you, but it's working through all these other energies that are pulling you out of alignment with your divine self, which is really here to presence, divine healing, divine wholeness, divine health. And also, if you have a programming that you don't believe that divine health is possible, that you don't believe it is, that we are meant to experience divine health, if you have that kind of programming, that'll pull your body out of alignment and make it very hard for your body to presence it. So, for example, the first affirmation I used, I would say if I had a belief system that divine health was not possible, I would say, even though I believe that divine health and wholeness is not possible on this planet for me, I deeply and profoundly love myself, and I allow myself to be. So you can start to chip away at that belief system by saying, even though I believe that divine wholeness and health is not possible for me, I deeply and profoundly love myself, and I allow myself to be. So it can work for that. The cleansing and clearing, it's anything and everything. The protection prayer, the cleansing and purification prayer, it's anything and everything that does not resonate with your divine high self and your inner holiness. So you can, if you're feeling ill, you can say the cleansing and purification prayer. If you're afraid you're going to feel ill, you can say it. You might still use some physical tools and go see the doctor. None of this is to prevent a good physician from taking care of you. But healing more quickly is done the clearer that you are. So the less battling energy, the less anger, the less frustration, the less rage, the less feeling of being taken for granted, the less emotional stuff that is just not helping you, that's in your system, that you've identified and already cleared out, the less you have of it, the healthier you will naturally feel. And I was very, very sick because I was such a victim when I was in my 20s. And working with energy and working with thought and working with meditation, I went into remission from fibromyalgia and chronic fatigue at the age of 27. And I haven't really been back there since. Yes, I spoke of ridding oneself of implants. Okay, Gail, yeah, you're a holy roller. Me too. Yeah, we holy rollers. We know how to roll with it. Let's do it. Let's just heal it. Yeah, ridding yourself of the energy of an implant, you can do that. It helps when there are two, and holy rollers get this. It's like whenever two pray in my name, it's stronger. So, like, if you can get a friend to say the script with you, or if you can get 10 friends to say the script with you, I mean, it's more energy toward your purpose. If you want to rid yourself of implants and you're going to say divine high self, divine I am presence, infinite spirit, infinite consciousness, please remove any and all implants from my physical, mental, emotional, etheric energy bodies, every part of myself across all of time and eternity, for now and forevermore. Any and all implants that are not for my highest good, please remove them now, and never to be returned to me. If you say that with 2 people, it's going to go twice as fast, if not faster, So, yeah, us holy rollers, we get it. Pray with somebody else. Say affirmations with somebody else if you can get them to do it. That's always advised, especially if they're open to higher self, higher spirit, and, divinity. Let's be divine. And I'm not just talking about that big woman who is actually, I think, a man who sings on stage. Divine. Divinity is good. Okay, I need tea. I hope James got his tea. You have a couple more minutes before Paisley comes on and Skeeter comes on, and they are going to answer your questions about love, about family, about the past, about all sorts of things. But if you have any questions for me about self-healing and energy work, or being an abductee, or being somebody who feels sorry for themselves a lot, I'm all over it. Okay, I see James has figured out how to tag people. Woohoo! Go, James.
Were you calling me again?
Okay. Yeah, and on the 8th day, God created Canadians because even Americans need heroes. You are my hero.
Yeah. Actually, Elizabeth, do you want me to hang around here a bit longer?
Yes. Well, are we going to bring Paisley and Skeeter in? Are they ready?
I don't know. Have they phoned us? Have we phoned them? I will check, because I haven't done anything, because I'm fast asleep. And
no, you're not. You're working hard. I know.
I am not. I'm working. I'm typing. I'm adding Paisley to a group call. I am trying to develop my Skeeter, attending to Skeeter, to group call. Oh, hold on. Wait a minute. Wait just one. Okay, never mind. I'm doing it.
Okay,
good evening.
He's doing it.
I am doing it. Paisley's here.
Can you hear me?
Yay, it's Paisley.
I can hear you.
Elizabeth.
Paisley, can you hear me?
I can hear you, James. Good evening.
Good evening. And yes, your name is spelled wrong still on the little banner for the ad. Because I added that while...
Psychic readings by Paisley. No.
Paisley, yeah. I actually added that on my iPad mini while getting some kind of cell reception, driving from 7 hours up north where there was actually snow. I know, right? Snow.
I know.
And dry is up where Dave Scott lives, and we did a paranormal investigation up there, and it was a very, very cool thing in a museum.
Well, Dave Scott had snow last weekend, and I called him a snow bunny, and he said, "There's no snow here." And I said, "Did it melt this morning?" And he said, "Yeah."
Yeah, it's gone, except what's in the shade. Skeeter, are you here?
I think I am.
I think I am.
Can you hear me
I
all
think
right?
I can. You're a little bit far away. Oh, we forgot to get you some duct tape for that mic to stick it closer to your face. Or no.
How's that? Is that better?
That is way better. Now, does that mean you've got it?
Kleenex box a little bit closer.
Yeah, you've got it taped to the wall or something now. And get a candlestick. Duct tape it to a candlestick. Get some headphones, and even if you can't hear through the headphones, it gives you the feeling of being in kind of a studio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like wearing a helmet while walking around the house. You think you're on a motorcycle, but your family just calls you insane.
We're going to write a
Thanks
book
for that
called
insight,
Weird Ways. Yeah, Weird Ways to Do Radio.
Elizabeth, so you had a bit of a guided meditation tonight, at which point I woke up not too far into it because I couldn't figure out why every time I was inhaling and relaxing, I I started clucking like a chicken. Is that what your medication, your guided medication has done?
My medication makes everybody cluck like a chicken.
Yes. Welcome to Elizabeth Anglin's Cosmic Passport with guided medication.
James, I saw a card at the store where we sell crystals, and it says, all things are possible through prayer and medication.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yes.
Welcome to British Columbia. Oh, good Lord. So, Elizabeth, did you have a good week?
I had a good week. I spoke at the New Mexico Paranormal Forum, and I thought there'd be like 10 or 13 people there, and there were 45, and they took me to dinner, and they were very kind, and they asked lots of questions, and so it was very positive. I spoke about experience, memoirs of an abducted childhood, and it was nice. I got lots of positive regard, and I want to thank all those people because I did refer them here, and they said, there is a show. We have a show. It's on the weekend. It's Cosmic Passport. Come on by.
It's in the middle of the night where you live.
Yeah, in the middle of the night where I live.
Yeah.
But, it was good. And I'm looking forward to, I do not have plans for Thanksgiving yet. And my cousins are posting pictures of the pies that they're going to make. Oh. So now I'm like desperately looking for somebody's Thanksgiving to crash.
Hey, you can come up to mine. Oh, no, you missed it. Sorry. But honestly, I'm pretty sure in the downstairs fridge, we still have the carcass of the turkey. It just hasn't made it outside yet. Because I can hear the fridge whistling at night.
One of those square turkeys or something, the ones that, for me.
Or an open-faced turkey sandwich. Sandwich.
Yeah.
Or you got a bottle of old turkey just sitting there and screaming Kentucky turkey.
I like wild turkey. I could do that. That would definitely not be, I'd have to do the cleansing and protection prayer afterwards, but wild turkey's good.
Is there some kind of pumpkin pie liqueur you can drink after that?
Well, wild turkey liqueur is pretty good. Wild turkey itself is but the liqueur is pretty good. Pumpkin, no, I don't think so. I think I'll dress my dog.
I just noticed that Paisley says, "Oh, my tea's ready. I'll be right back." So she's made tea, has she?
Canadians and tea. This is almost as bad as being in Yorkshire. Do you guys get Yorkshire
and pudding
tea up there?
Do we get what?
Yorkshire tea. Yorkshire tea.
Yorkshire tea? No, we probably do. We have more pudding than Yorkshire pudding with a roast beef.
Do you get Yorkshire pudding? We don't get any Yorkshire pudding down here.
Oh, we make it. You just that was one of the things I think my grandmother told my mother, the only way you're going to marry my son is you have to know how to make Yorkshire pudding. And it's a comfort food.
Do you get roast potatoes, Yorkshire roast potatoes too?
No.
I'm so envious. Okay, well then, all right, I'm not that envious.
Yorkshire roast potatoes? Yeah. We barely eat dog up here at all. We make pudding out of the Yorkies, but that's about it. Actually, tonight, a friend of mine, we went out for dinner, and there was she had the small Yorkshire pudding. I can't remember what they called it. It's like an appetizer with a little horseradish in the middle and melted butter. Yeah, quite nice.
Oh, yum, yeah. Well, when I went to Yorkshire, we drank tea all the time because it was freaking cold. But it's cold up there in Canada too. So
yes. Well, thank you very much for doing the show yesterday, and thank you very much for the guided medication tonight.
Yes, anytime you need chicken clucking medication, I'm the person to come to. So those prayers I will blog them, but I have to send Jolene my blog postings on Sunday. So it might be next Sunday because I might have missed her already. It's getting to be late. So if you're looking for them, or you can just Facebook me, PM me, or send me an email at info@elizabethanglin.com and say, I want the protection and cleansing and purification prayers, please, please, please. And then I will cut and paste them and send them on to you.
Excellent.
So, I'm going to listen to the show and go to my place in the chat room and make puns. That's my plan. I'm sticking to it. Yeah.
Excellent. We'll see you there, and we'll see everybody else in a few seconds when we come back from this. Oh.
Hi there, this is Dave Scott, and I would like to invite you to listen Monday through Friday right here on Spaced Out Radio. 3 hours a night of the top stories with the top guests, ranging topics from UFOs to ETs, ghosts to Sasquatch, and everything in between. We are live every night, 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern. So come on in and take a listen at spacedoutradio.com. Spaced Out Radio will take you out of this world.
Hi there, this is your psychic medium Joanna, and I would love it if you would join us every other Sunday on Spaced Out Weekend. With host James Tyson, we'll bring you personal psychic messages on 2 mediums and a large. Questions about love, life, career changes. We would love it if you would come and join us live. Call in and listen in for the experience. Allow us to open the doors to your other side. 2 mediums and a large, heard only on Spaced Out Weekend at spacedoutradio.com.
Looking for news beyond the mainstream news? Head to spacedoutradio.com and check out the SOR Spacewire. This is Spaced Out Radio's Eric Markham, news director for the SOR Spacewire. Daily, I will bring you intriguing stories and outlandish reports from what's going on around the world. UFO sightings, paranormal activity, conspiracies, alternative health, and so much more. And if you have news, email me at news@spacedoutradio.com.
Attention Spaced Out Radio listeners. For only $5 a month, you can join Spaced Out Radio Space Travelers. Your membership at spacedoutradio.com will give you access to private fan area on the website, get you a monthly newsletter, draws for monthly swag, and a whole lot more. Sign up today to become a part of the Spaced Out Radio experience.
For over 40 years, the Purple Energy Plates have been delivering amazing results for their many customers. Inspired by the great genius Nikola Tesla, the harmony, healing, and energetic effects of the plates have proven over and over to be beneficial and often miraculous to thousands of customers. With their money-back guarantee and the many benefits, how can you afford not to get one? Check their site for daily specials and choose from their many energy products. You won't be sorry. Visit them today at purpleplates.com for mind, body, and spirit, and expect a miracle.
Patrolling the Pacific Northwest, we are always on the lookout for the strange and unassuming stories that real people are experiencing. Hi, I'm Vincent Zunza from Pacific North Weird. Me and Alexandra Sullivan have teamed to bring to you those odd stories that never seem to make it into the mainstream. Stories so weird that will leave you scratching your head wondering, is this real? It's as real as it gets with Pacific North Weird. You can watch our videos right here at spacedoutradio.com.
To go live on Spaced Out Weekend.
13, please. Oh, hi, Kevin. Oh, is that the time? Kevin, my friend, don't you find that watch just a little bit loud? Well, I certainly hope our buddy Bumblefoot is playing when we get there. Oh, you stinky big bundle of hair. I said Bumblefoot, not Bigfoot. Oh, it's going to be a long night.
It's time to head to the 13th floor of the old log cabin for Spaced Out Weekend with James Tyson. You can tweet James at James Tyson SOR. You can find him on Instagram, Spaced Out Weekend, as well as on Facebook. On YouTube, our channel is Spaced Out Radio Show, and you can check out our website, spacedoutradio.com.
Little brother has taken control, shoveling dirt in every hole. Predators to condemn your soul, watching you and watching me. We're all connected but separated, misunderstood and so frustrated. A million armies of one have invaded, watching you and watching me. We live behind glass curtains and act like nothing's wrong. Soon you will belong. I know you're out there somewhere. We've watched you for so long. Wait for you to fall. We'll expose you all. I know you're out there
somewhere. Watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to see is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
And now, perched high in his captain's chair, way above the clouds, here's James Tyson.
Oh, hello everybody. I probably should have told you that we were just chatting off air. Totally forgot to come back after the commercial break, but welcome. It is I, as Dave said, and as he always says at this time, it's me, James Tyson. I am broadcasting to you from my little log cabin on the 13th floor of the Spaced Out Radio Network here in the paranormal portals of the lower left Canadian coast, way down here on Spaced Out Weekend. And tonight we have two mediums and a large. I will be standing in for the large. No, I'm kidding. we have Paisley, we have Skeeter, and they're rather good. And for those of you who wanted to say hi to Joanne, she's got a code. The poor thing got a code. And I'm going to zip over here really quick and tell you some things that Dave would like me to say. First of all, we thank you for listening to Spaced Out Weekend and Spaced Out Radio. And you can go to spacedoutradio.com on Spreaker, our new affiliates, the United Public Talk Radio Network, the High Plains Talk Radio Network. And we welcome all of you to tonight's programming. I always want to say programming instead of show because it sounds like we're broadcasting from that 7-watt television station in Newark. But we really appreciate you dropping by here in the Great Beige North, where we do broadcast live 7 days a week. Dave's got it Monday to Friday. I have the weekends here at Spaced Out Radio. It is a wonderful place when it comes to the supernatural, paranormal, conspiracy, UFOs, and spiritual, and with me a little bit more. The music is provided by our guitar specialist, Ron Bumblefoot Thal. Ron Bumblefoot Thal. He's formerly of Guns N' Roses, but, I like him better this way. Don't tell Dave. He's a GNR fan. And he is our official music for Spaced Out Radio. Also, you can check us out on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Give us a like on Facebook. Go to Spaced Out Radio Show on iTunes. Look us up on YouTube, on Instagram. You can follow me at Spaced Out Weekend. You can subscribe again to us on, if you're going to go to the YouTube channel or into iTunes, we're Spaced Out Radio Show. And you can also get into us via a thing called TuneIn, which I'm not overly familiar with. And we'd like to say hi to everyone who's taking part in the chat room, the Space Out Radio chat room on Spreaker, along with our fans on Facebook, Euphoria Chronicles of the Unknown, Force Moon Paranormal, our flagship chat room, SOR, Space Travelers. Now, while I've said that, if you sign up for the Space Out Travelers Club yet, it's $5 a month, and with that, your name gets entered into these monthly prize draws, which I went a little bit crazy. I think I gave 5 books away in about a 3 or 4 day period, and now I've got to mail them all over the place, and I'm up to yin-yang in postage I've got to pay. But things happen. We got tons of stuff to give away. We just need people to give it to. To access that private group, it gets you into special sections in our website where you can actually get on private one-on-one interviews with one of our guests. A conversation, just yourself, having with one of our guests that we have on Spaced Out Radio or Spaced Out Weekend. You have access to that special section, much more, and we give you a heck of a lot more than just access to our archives. Well, at spaceoutradio.com, you can read our latest blogs that Dave writes, and his spelling is actually really improved. And check out the Eric Markham's Space Wire for your latest in weird news, and Eric Markham is all about weird. We also have a new feature on our website. It's a little more serious. The SOR Sightlines is there for us and you who have experienced something. And if you are an experiencer and want it investigated by our researcher, Mike Schmidt, just fill out the Sightlines report and we'll get back to you. All information is 100% confidential. We want to thank you for supporting us. And also we'd like to thank our new affiliate, the United Public Radio Network at 107.7 FM in New Orleans, and their listeners from over 160 countries around the world. And I apologize for only speaking one language. So, with more further ado, I would like to introduce you to our wonderful young ladies. We have Paisley and we have Skeeter. Now, Skeeter Welhouse is a psychic that I bumped into while I was down in Concrete, Washington at the Concrete Paracon put on by Eric Cooper and Force Moon Paranormal, which Skeeter is a member of. And Skeeter is an amazing psychic. And it's one of those things, it's kind of a weird setup. We walked in and there was the big Paracon to the left and this lady sitting at a table all by herself outside of the main area. And I went in and had a chat with her and found it was Skeeter. And she was doing readings and we got on great. And if you want to know a little bit more about Skeeter, you can look her up at Blue Moon Weaver at gmail.com. Get a hold of her at bluemoonweaver@gmail.com. She is a psychic. She is a, what's that thing you do? Paisley, you do it too. You touch them. Psychometry. She does everything. Psychometry starts with a P. So in my head, I'm going, it's called P. And as soon as I think P, I lose Psi. That can be such a bizarre thing.
Psychic starts with a P too, James, and you don't think...
Yeah, I do, actually. Psychic? Don't be silly. Of course I do, you crazy woman.
So maybe some people need to know what psychometry is.
Yeah, but not right now. And one of the main reasons is I haven't introduced you. But when I introduce you, Paisley, it's Paisley Town, and you can get a hold of paisleytown.com and see, I can tease Paisley because she's actually my teacher in a course that I missed last night because I was out doing a public paranormal investigation 7 hours in the Great White North from here, and I'm overly tired, as you could probably tell. Paisley is a psychometrist. She is a numerologist, and she's been with us for about 6 months now, I think, Paisley, doing this. It's
true.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And we're actually coming up to our 2-year anniversary. I think November 30th, Dave is bringing on me to his show to talk about what's going on in the last 2 years and where we're going from here, which it sounds like the doghouse we probably are going, and Well, hold on. I'm getting a note saying I've got dead air. Oh, you know what? That must have been from when we had dead air while we were chatting offline, which is an interesting concept. I'm having that problem again, ladies, where when we actually answer a phone call, we put everybody else on hold. So what I'm going to be doing is I'll be hanging up on people who are phoning in and then phoning them back, because I have no idea what the issue is with our Skype system right now, where when you phone in, if I answered you, you'd be the only one on. We cut everybody else off, including me. And, well, I guess it works if you want to take over the show. I have no problem with that tonight, honestly. And so we do have a caller coming in. It's a 903 number. Hi, who's this? And then they hung up. Okay, so I am going to hang up on another person and call them back. This is bizarre. Oh, I think I'm pretty sure that my moon is in the wrong place. What do you think, Paisley?
Your moon is in the wrong... It's not even Mercury retrograde, James. You're good.
Oh, I was just thinking about what I'm setting on.
Hi, it's Veronica. Leave your name and number, and I'll get back with you as soon as I can.
Oh, that'll be great. Well, thanks for calling. I have no idea what's going on. I'm not leaving my name and number. And I'm not calling you... Oh, I will call you back. What the heck? This is where you need that little, weird music in the background.
That's okay. Well, I'll talk to Skeeter while you're doing that. Skeeter, how are you?
Good. How are you tonight, Paisley?
I'm really, really good. Thank you for asking. I did readings all day. Did you have a quiet day or a busy day?
I've been doing readings all day. I just finished up at the Odd Mall Emporium in Everett.
Oh,
so
wonderful.
I did a weekend of readings, and now I'm here doing readings.
Where's Everett?
Nice. Thank you.
Everett is...
It's in Washington State, right?
It's in Washington.
Okay.
It's just below Sager Woolley, where we were for the concrete event.
Excellent. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure there's some people in the southeast U.S. who are going, where is Everett? It's Mount Everett. You know that really high one?
Yes.
Out at Mount Everett. Paisley, how did my class go yesterday without me?
It was very interesting. I have to update you on the break.
Oh, there's a teaser. Did somebody die?
Well, so people don't even know what we're doing with our class, but the class is called the Broom Closet Psychic Readers class, and it's for readers who haven't come out of the closet yet and just do readings kind of here and there, but kind of quietly and not necessarily for money. They're just getting their bearings. Mm-hmm. And so we had 3 readers come, and I had 3 clients come and get a free reading from them as a surprise. And the surprise was on me because one of our psychics didn't show up. So Paisley got to do free readings last night. It was really fun. And at the end of the class, I revealed that the clients were psychic readers. So it was really interesting to have so many psychics all in one room, doing readings and listening to readings. And
you little stinker.
Yeah, so all my guests got 2 free psychic readings, and then it was good because they were able to give really helpful feedback to the people that were learning to read.
Okay,
yeah. So missed out on the excitement.
Well, maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
We're going to do it again.
But you've given it away. Anytime you bring in some people to read, we're going to know that you're trying to slip a fast one by us.
Well, I didn't even tell anybody who was coming. They didn't even know they were going to be doing readings, so it was a surprise.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. Look at all these people calling in. And here's another one that I'm going to hang up on and actually now call them back. It's a 778 number. Pardon?
Joni Mitchell. Joni Mitchell's in our chat room and
excellent.
On speaker, and she's asking questions to the psychics already.
Sorry we missed your call. Please leave a message and we'll get back to you soon.
You know what? If I'm going to put this out there to everybody, if anyone phones in and I don't answer the phone, it's because you will knock us all off the air. Now, pay attention to what I'm saying. If you phone in and I don't answer it, or if I hang up on you, hang up. I'm phoning you back. And if you're on the phone when I phone you back and it goes busy, I'll just move to the next person. And I'm talking to you. Yes, I am. Oh, yes,
Can you talk more slowly, James? We didn't catch that.
No, it's people. It's not working tonight. It's I have plus I'm getting feedback from one of the phones here, and with people calling in, if I do not, if in fact I hang up on you, I'm doing that on purpose. So stay hung up on, if you don't mind, and I will call you right back. So that doesn't include all these people who are friending me that look like they're bubbly bleached blondes from Ecuador who want to be my friend. No, it's I'm phoning you back. And who's the 778 number here?
Amanda.
Oh, hello, Amanda. You carry on.
How are you?
I have to phone a couple of people. I have to phone the guy I was doing paranormal investigations with. And I'm also phoning a 206 number back. So, carry on.
Okay. So just go ahead. Okay, that's why I whispered hi, because I know we're not supposed to say anything when you call us.
That's right.
How's everybody doing? Oh, sorry, I'll get a move room because my husband is snoring beside me.
Oh, we can hear that.
Can you? Oh, God.
Your name,
Yeah, he's pretty loud.
So I can return your call. Thank you.
I'm just wondering, I guess, if there's, I don't have a specific question, just is there any messages out there for me? I guess would be my question.
So,
Anything I
Skeeter,
should
I'm
know?
going to give that to you.
Huh. Anything specific to you? Let me see. The only thing I got that came up was enjoy your empty nest syndrome. I'm not quite sure
Enjoy my what?
Your empty nest syndrome.
My empty nest syndrome?
It means having your house more to yourself, having more of your own time, not necessarily being tied to others, actually carving out a life for yourself, untied to any other human other than you.
Enjoy my empty nest syndrome. I mean, I love it that my kids have flown the coop. I love it that there's no grandbabies yet. Yet, hopefully one day, but not right now. Definitely not right now. No. Wow, I wonder who the heck told me that. Nothing really got. Whoever that is, tell them they suck eggs right now. That's the only message they care to tell me. Okay, well, I guess maybe I have to ask a more detailed one. What's Jeez. I thought that,
the thing is,
the peeps on the other side would be more interesting than this. They're having a
they want you to appreciate what you have. They want you to appreciate what you have right now because it's about to change.
Uh-oh. You're not telling me there's a grandbaby coming. Oh, my freaking, please, no.
I don't see a grandbaby, but I definitely see things changing soon. So I don't know if it's specifically a grandbaby or not, but there's definitely there's a definite change in your path coming, a new direction.
So that could mean anything like work, place I'm living.
See if I can get something more specific. They're being really ornery tonight. I apologize, but the thing is that you're going to be getting.
They might not like me right now.
I think they really want you to be surprised.
Okay, yeah, they're stinkers. They're definitely stinkers. You can let them know payback is coming. Really? I was hoping, I don't know. I don't even know what the heck I was hoping for.
The maximum
Well,
length.
the older
To replay your message, press 1. To delete and re-record your message, press 3. For delivery options, press 4. To cancel this message, press star. To send this message now, press pound or hang up.
Who is... Skeeter, you here?
Hello?
Okay, everyone be quiet. I'm going to go through the list. Everyone be quiet. Don't make me pull this car over. Paisley, you here?
I'm here and my microphone's muted.
That's good. Skeeter, you here? Yes or no?
Yes.
A 206 area code. Are you here? Yes or no? That'll work. The 778, Amanda, are you here? Yes or no?
Yes.
And the 813 area code? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm here. Yes.
Okay. I have no idea. Something beamed into outer space. So carry on as if you were normal. And go.
Okay. So I have one. Nothing's normal. Nothing's normal.
Amanda, one thing you need to know is that there is actually a spirit with me. It's an older woman, and she's really wanting to pick on you right now. She says you were joking about payback. She says it's her turn to pay you back. And by holding this as a surprise, it's going to be a lot more fun when it actually hits.
So it's good. If you feel like it's a good thing, ooh, why am I getting cold?
It is a good thing. It's actually a really positive, life-enriching thing. And she's just giggling up a storm. This woman's probably a medium to thin build. I'm 5'3", so she's probably 5'5", 5'6". I wouldn't say she's definitely got lost lines around her eyes. And her hair, I can't tell if it's long because it's kind of pulled back.
Is it reddish? Is her hair reddish?
Yeah.
Ask her if her name is Ann or Nan.
Nan.
Can you ask her if her name is Nan?
Nan.
Oh, my God.
Like banana.
That's
banana.
That's my
but
biological...
She says this is going to be really fun.
Oh, great.
It's your biological mom?
I didn't know, so I was adopted at birth, and when I was 19, I met my biological mom. My biological dad had passed. I don't know anything about his family. And I met my biological mom, and I met my biological nan, and things got awkward, and I was 19 and going through some of my own stuff and family-related stuff, so I just kind of distanced myself, and I never talked to my nan again. And then she left me a charm bracelet, which unfortunately is no longer in my possession. And somebody had told me she was one of my was watching over me, was one of my spirit guides once, but I've never made contact with her. But when she talked about the height, I remember her maybe being shorter, and that's why I asked if she had red hair. Because my nan would dye her hair red.
Oh, way to go!
Because the gray kept coming back.
yeah. Tell her thanks. I got her hair and her skin. Tell her thanks so much for that. I got the Scottish, Irish, whatever she was, 100%.
It's
Is there anything else can you let her know that I love her, and tell her I'm sorry about the charm bracelet? She'll know what I mean.
As far as the charm bracelet goes, she says don't worry about it. It was more of a symbol rather than an actual anything. Just know that she loves you, and that wherever you are, she is. And to make room in your life for what's coming. Enjoy your emptiness while it's lasting.
I love my emptiness. When my kids flew the coop, let me tell you, it was a trip to Vegas. Most of it I forget, but it was so great. Oh, man, I think I need to. So, ask her if I need to go to Vegas. Just ask her straight up, do I need to go back to Vegas before this hits?
She says, I'm not sure about Vegas, but you'll definitely want to get some of that major traveling out.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Please no grandbabies.
Because you're going to be staying home a lot more.
Oh, great. No grandbabies. Please no grandbabies, Nan.
That's not up to you, Amanda.
Oh, it will be. I'm going to be phoning all of my children tomorrow. Sorry.
No snorting.
Oh my!
If you're gonna laugh on my show, you do not snort. Okay.
It's weird because I had a funny feeling that my daughter was going to call me sometime next year and tell me. She's having
Actually,
no.
Funny that you said that because she was going to tell me to tell you to call your daughter first.
Oh God. Okay. She's the youngest. She's only 22. There's no nice boy she's with, but no. Oh, no, my God. Now I'm going to have a mom heart attack. Okay. That's great.
Carry on.
Thanks, Skeeter.
Okay. Thanks, Amanda.
Enjoy your empty nest. You've got time.
Oh.
You've got an hour and a half.
I'm going to go drink right now. Okay, thanks, guys.
So, Amanda.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Paisley
Amanda.
wants to add something.
So, Amanda,
great. Paisley.
Before you get off the phone, and I would like you to not mention any names, could you tell me the year that your mother-in-law was born?
Oh.
Do you know the answer to that?
Let me just think.
Okay, that's okay. If you find out, you can put it in the chat room or something.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that I can do. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Amanda.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
And just for all of you who come on here via Instagram or anywhere else and forget or haven't seen our ads, there are two ways to contact us. One is through Skype. If you're anywhere else on the planet, get a hold of us through Skype if you can at James_Tyson32. Again, that's James_Tyson, Tyson 32 via Skype. Or you can give us a phone call at 575-694-6634. And again, be patient with me because for some reason we are not able to... it's been just really weird. We're not be able to add these calls to the group, but we're working on it. We are doing our best working on getting these calls. Now, I'm going to, in a second, somebody from a 602 number that I'm just dialing who had called in is going to answer, and they're going to go, what? Hello? So that's what's going on right now. What else can I tell you? We're going to go to our 20
to an automatic voice message system. 602.
We're going to go to the 206 area code right now. Hi. Come on in to Skeeter and Paisley, who will talk to dead people on your behalf. God, I'm tired.
Every reading, guaranteed a dead person. Come on in.
No waiting. All the dead you want. Getting on. What? What's so funny?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice.
Yeah, and see what happens when you don't call in time? Your call gets forwarded. Oh, my stars. All right, 206 area code. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Step forward. Step to the light. Or we will move to another area code. If your area code is 206, we are all staring at you in a room. And you are out, like, doing something and don't know this. Okay, how about a 206 area code? Josie?
Yeah,
okay. Oh, did somebody say yes? Hi. That's you.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. Well, you are here, and Paisley and Skeeter are here. Paisley is a numerologist, and if you give her your I almost said it, your tombstone information. You give her your tombstone information, which is basically your name.
So nasty.
Well, that's what it's called if you're a policeman. It's a tombstone. It's what you would write on a tombstone. Name, date of birth. That's tombstone.
think mine would just be bad luck.
Okay.
If that was the case.
Okay. Well, Skeeter's here. This young lady is a friend of mine, Skeeter, and she is a empath, and she's one of those weird people. She's a normal human being that, unfortunately, I could do a reading on, like one of those. You look at their picture and go, "Oh, this is your week. This is how it's been going on, and this is how it's going to turn out." And she's like, "Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my kitchen?" Because everything's coming together. But I could pick up that she is an empath, and she has a lot of challenges she's working her way through. And I'm wondering if I'm doing this on your behalf because I know you're nervous.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you could tell me what she has coming in her future. As she kind of is pushing herself away from the challenges, what can she look forward to in career or anything like that? Josie, does that work?
Well, the first word I heard is that you need to kind of step up and stand up for yourself. Where you are right now, there's a lot of other people calling the shots. And that's not exactly a happy or productive place for you. The spirit stepping forward is an older gentleman. He's real protective of you. But he's saying you've gotten too used to your routine, your comfort zone, and it's time to start stretching out of it, especially if you want to see change and growth coming your way. Allowing others to determine your fate is not a good place for you. If you do take his advice and push out of this comfort zone, you are going to find so much needed happiness. You're going to find that little spark of joy you used to have about, I'd say, maybe 10 years ago. It was this real nice, happy period for you is what I'm kind of seeing. And that can come back again if you can just break out of this comfort zone. Does that make sense to you?
Is the comfort zone more directed towards, like, work or my personal life?
Allowing others to dictate you is directed at personal life. The comfort zone is directed at work. And you need to break both cycles.
Okay.
The next thing that they're telling me is to trust yourself. You've actually got a really good, natural, intuitive side to you, but you don't trust it. You tend to go, "Oh, I knew I should have done that," or "Oh, darn it, why didn't I do that when I thought about it?" You really need to start listening to that intuitive voice because it's trying to direct you where you need to go. Does that make sense to you so far?
Yeah. I've had a lot of bad stuff happen. And since that, it feels like the more that happens to me that's bad, the less that I lose my gut, the less I lose the empath, the intuitive side, and I'm not really sure how to start to build that back. I'm assuming that it's going to tie into the same thing you're telling me, but...
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that's happening around you isn't necessarily based on your intuition or lack thereof. It's the fact that you're allowing other voices to override your own. One of the problems about being intuitive is that you're also normally rather empathic, so you tend to pick up on other people's vibes. And if other people don't necessarily want things positive for you, that can create a circle. Elizabeth, earlier tonight, was talking about breaking these circles, breaking these cycles. through positive thought, positive reinforcement. James, is there a way that she can link in and see what it was that Jamie was talking about earlier?
She would have to listen to. You mean what the Elizabeth was talking about?
Elizabeth.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
renamed her. I apologize.
It's okay. She was probably looks like a Jamie. Yeah, you can pull it off of iTunes, and it's in the first hour or so. But and you can do that at your leisure. Don't worry. Just pick it up out of at your leisure. I got a question for you. Is this Josie has when you're talking about her work comfort zone, she wants to kick herself out of there. We actually talked about that a bit today, that she's looking out. But I was wondering if that's something that's going to happen within the next 6 months or 2 years, or what's the timeline if she puts her mind to it and actually looks out? And I was trying to influence her.
If you start putting out applications, sorry.
No, I was trying to influence her.
Putting out applications now.
Oh, okay.
And she's got about 6 months to a year, but start getting them out now.
And I would say,
any advice on what might be like a better career path for me? I've been in customer service my whole life. I'm kind of getting tired of it. And I don't really know what direction that I should go in. I went to school, but I haven't had any love for what I went to school with in a while. I'm not sure where to go.
Skeeter, is it okay if I step in for a sec?
Go for it.
So, Josie, what's your birthday?
January 25th, 1985.
1985. And is your first name Josie or something else?
First name is Lottie.
Can you spell it for me?
Lottie.
Okay, I'm just going to do the numbers on your birthday because based on this, it can give me a little bit more detailed information.
And while you're doing that, I'll just mention to Skeeter that we had talked about, and I had picked up that she was a very high empath, and energy was she was juggling. It was coming and going, and she was just all over the place, and doing too much and not focused on one thing, and doing too much for other, as you were saying, like for other people, and other people having control over it. So empath careers to me were always almost like public service or helping or customer service, but she's really getting dragged down by the whole customer service thing because it's that entry level empath job as opposed to leading a mission or something. It's like it's a bit different.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. So, Josie, do you go by Josie most of the time?
Yeah, I've gone by that since I was a kid.
So is it Josie? Is that how you spell it?
Josey.
Josey. Okay. So the name Josie, with that spelling, and your birth name are both the value of 2. So actually, by using that nickname, it doesn't change your destiny or your life path very much. When I look at your information, you have always worked in administration and organizing and structuring and cleaning things up. Is that correct?
It's like tech support for certain type devices is what I've generally been doing.
Okay, but in like office administration environments, like corporate environment kind of thing?
It used to be mainly like in a cubicle type environment, but I actually work from home now.
Okay, and you're very, very bored with what you're doing, yes?
Incredibly.
Okay. When I look at your birthday numbers, I get elements of water and fire. And so what strongly happens for people who have a birthday with just those 2 elements, and the name is a 2, which is a fire number, is that if you're in a position where you're not really challenged, you'll want to quit every single day. It's really fascinating to me when people have water and fire. If the job's not challenging, you'll want to get the heck out of there as soon as possible. And quite a few people with a birthday and name like yours will like quit their job with no other income lined up, with no other, prospects for work and that kind of thing. And it's because you love to solve problems and find solutions for things. So the more challenging the position is, the better it is for you. But also you work very well independently and you work very well on a team. And so sometimes that can be confusing when you're looking for a position that you can, be in charge of what you're doing and still work on a team somehow. And so does that kind of make sense for you, what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So do you do any cardio? I know everybody's like, oh no, she's talking about cardio again.
I actually just recently got a gym membership because of the fact that I used to be I used to do construction and stuff like that. And I got into this job and now I'm very stationary, but I haven't been able to do any of that yet. It's one of the things that I've been trying to start.
Perfect. I'm really excited to hear that because getting started is probably the hardest part for people who have fire energy, because fire energy is very fast and it's speedy. People with fire numbers will often get speeding tickets when they drive, and they'll speak quickly and they'll eat their food quickly and they'll be in a rush to get everywhere. Like, it's all about, let's get her done. Let's get this finished. So examples of people with fire energy would be like real estate agents, drill sergeants, personal trainer, something that's kind of like go, 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 really fast paced. And if you're in a cubicle or if you're at your home office just doing the same thing over and over and over, that's not going to be, like, for example, construction, you're doing cardio because you're lifting things and moving things and carrying things and hammering things and drilling things and sawing. You're doing cardio, you're actually sweating while you're working, so you're releasing your fire energy, and that keeps you really calm. So gym membership, yay, you're right on track with where you should be. But also, you're very psychic yourself. Are you in touch with your intuition?
No, I've always kind of known that I was different, and there's a lot of women in my family that are the same as me, but I've never actually talked to anyone that was. I've always just kind of Googled, things that happened, and it all came down to, like, empath, but I've never actually been in touch with somebody that understands it more than I did, other than just what I've read on Google. So I have no idea what it is, what it's not. I've been told I have shadow people around me all the time, but I don't know what's going on. I think that's half the reason why, like he was saying, that my energy has been crazy is because I'm all over the place all the time, and I don't know how to control it.
Okay, so water energy is very calm and very slow and very grounded. And if I had to give you an example of somebody who's like all water energy, I would say like a librarian or a teacher or an accountant, like somebody who's like pretty calm energy that's mainly more on the quiet side. Now, I'm not saying all teachers and all accountants are quiet by any means, but birthday patterns, that gives you like an idea of the type of person that would be a water personality. And people who are fire are, like I said, like drill sergeants, personal trainers, boom, 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 hurry up, let's go, go, go. And so you have energy of fast and slow blended all together. So it can be confusing for you what you should be doing. So I wouldn't recommend doing construction and having a gym membership. That's too much fast energy for you. Do you know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't recommend sitting in a cubicle all day and not getting any physical activity, because that's too slow for you. But somewhere in between the two. So if you can do office kind of stuff that's challenging and get to the gym, or go for a run, or go for a jog, or go for a hike, or do cardio or aerobics or water aerobics or swimming or something like that, it'd be super helpful for you.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of really good information on YouTube. So if you Google psychics or how to develop your intuition, or look up different intuition topics, like I'm in British Columbia, so I teach like between 24 and 36 topics a year about metaphysics and intuition, everything from scrying bowls to tea leaf reading, crystal ball, telepathy, mediumship, all different. I teach a lot of different classes. So you could pick any topic. You could look up sand readings. You could look up bone readings. You could look up how to use dice and do readings. So the skills that you would learn by practicing doing some metaphysics would enhance your intuitive skills that you already have, because you have knowingness. You know about things before they happen. You might have dreams that come true. You might just know, like when someone walks in a room, oh, I don't like that person that we hired at work. There's something about them. I don't trust them. And then later they get caught for stealing and they end up getting fired, you know?
Yeah,
and you might say,
you're actually spot on.
Yeah. You have strong intuition that's undeveloped right now, or could be developed more, I'll say.
Very cool.
So that's a good starting place.
Yeah.
I feel like, James, you have something to add, don't you?
I just want to point in an interesting direction, maybe over to Skeeter. This is me being calm and slow with my fire energy. The Skeeter, where Josie lives is a city that's on top of a huge civilization, another 3 million person city from thousands of years ago. Is that going to affect her energy?
Yeah, it will. I mean, if she's sensitive and she's picking up on this energy without knowing what that energy is, then it is going to mess with her. So learning basic skills like grounding, learning to trust yourself are going to be very helpful. So
the trusting yourself thing has come up again, Josie. You've got to, take that step. Believe in your intuition. And it's really hard. I'm actually taking a course from Paisley on reading cards, and that's the biggest hurdle for me to get over, is trusting what's coming into my head is actually what I'm supposed to be saying without editing it. And it's scary to trust that, because what comes out of your mouth, you're going, what the heck where did that come from? But it's a different type of trust, but it's trusting yourself is hard. It's like forgiving yourself. It's the hardest one of the forgiving others or forgiving yourself. It's the hardest one, I find.
Yeah, and for Josie, also trusting herself is difficult because she's of two minds. And I say when I'm explaining that, it's kind of like, when you like to be alone and you like to be the center of attention, what's your personality like? So if someone said, is Josie shy? I would say yes. And if they say, can Josie be off the rails? I would say yes. She has the ability to be like loud and life of the party and everyone's around her and it's a chaotic environment. And she has the ability to like focus and be quiet and pay attention and get it done. Like and so decision making can be really tricky. It's hard to know what to do or what you'll like if you're not sure what you're like.
One last thing.
Does that make sense?
Walking contradiction.
A walking contradiction, exactly. Hey, Skeeter.
Well, it's like that's called the extroverted introvert. And those people have a tendency to be inclined towards a split personality or a bi-personality. Mm-hmm. And one of the best things that you can do when you're an extroverted introvert is before you go into a big event where you're going to come on and be the life of the party, is to sit and relax by yourself and just meditate a little bit, whether you do chakra meditations, whether you just take a couple of really good deep breaths, go into the event, enjoy yourself, do what you normally do for the event, because you're basically trading faces. You're taking one mask off, you're putting the other mask on. When you're done with the event, allow yourself that quiet time again to successfully switch back to the other mask. Once you've started getting in the habit of that, you're going to find social interactions a lot easier and a lot more comfortable. even with yourself, once you learn how to go from that high octane to allowing yourself go down to a rest mode, you're going to find your intuition is going to start talking to you a little bit more and a little bit more aggressively. And just keep doing that. When you need to be high, but don't forget to bring yourself back down. Okay?
That's the part that actually that contradicts me. Is I used to be very outgoing, very out there, and like I was calm all the time. I didn't really have like problems, but over the last 6 years, a lot of really bad stuff has happened to me, and I now have like anxiety and PTSD. So I get excited about social situations, like going to a concert or something I've done my whole life and really enjoyed. But now when I go, I have such bad anxiety, like I've almost passed out. Just
that's part of being an introvert. The extroverted introvert is that high anxiety. And by allowing yourself that opportunity to switch, by slowing down and allowing yourself to switch out, that'll definitely help with your anxiety. That's something that I myself have to deal with. The only reason I know so much about this is because I freaked out a psych teacher when we did the test for personality, and I came up an extroverted introvert. She said, that's not possible. I said, well, the tests don't lie. You said so. But what you need to do is just allow yourself that transition time. It's actually, think of yourself as an actress. You got to go into the green room. You got to prepare. You got to center yourself. Go on stage, do your performance, enjoy, and then when you come off stage, you go back to the green room and you take that deep breath and allow yourself to decompress. Take the time to do that. Really focus on doing that, because the anxiety comes when you're pressing yourself so hard to do this that you're not giving yourself the time to actually center and prepare for it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, just, think of yourself as an actress. Every time you're about to go into an event, anytime you're about to go into a crowded room, anytime that you have to speak in front of people, take the time to center yourself. Take that moment. And by taking that moment, you're actually going to discover your ability to tap into your intuition better, into your psychic gifts better. You're just going to learn how to center. And it's not going to be overnight. This is just going to be slow and steady. You don't have to rush it. And take little baby steps. Baby steps are fantastic. Enjoy them. But always give yourself that time to center before and to decompress after. All right?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
And Josie,
you're welcome.
That's a lot of information to take in. Remember, I know you'll be thinking about it, but remember, this is on iTunes. You can go back and just kind of, go right to this spot and listen to all the suggestions. Maybe write it down and whittle on it, as Jed Clampett would say.
Yeah, definitely been super helpful. I'm going to have to sit down with some notes.
Excellent, boss. Okay, I'll talk to you soon. You have a good week, bud.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye. We're coming up to the top of the hour. I know we got Robert White and a bunch of birds from Australia banging in the background. We have...
Sorry about that.
It's okay. They taste like chicken. It's all right. We have the... Sorry, mate. We have our 206 area code. Are you there? 206 area code? Hello, 206. Hello, Mr. And we have an 813 area code. Who's that?
It's me, Andronicus.
Andronicus. It is I, Caesar Augustus. And people of Alexandria, we are now going to the 7-minute stretch. Honestly, we are.
Hi there, this is Dave Scott, and I would like to invite you to listen Monday through Friday right here on Spaced Out Radio. 3 hours a night of the top stories with the top guests, ranging topics from UFOs to ETs, ghosts to Sasquatch, and everything in between. We are live every night, 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern. So come on in and take a listen at spacedoutradio.com. Spaced Out Radio will take you out of this world.
Hi there, this is your psychic medium Joanna, and I would love it if you would join us every other Sunday on Spaced Out Weekend. With host James Tyson, we'll bring you personal psychic messages on 2 mediums and a large. Questions about love, life, career changes. We would love it if you would come and join us live. Call in and listen in for the experience. Allow us to open the doors to your other side. 2 mediums and a large, heard only on Spaced Out Weekend at spacedoutradio.com.
Looking for news beyond the mainstream news? Head to spacedoutradio.com and check out the SOR Spacewire. This is Spaced Out Radio's Eric Markham, News Director for the SOR Spacewire. Daily, I will bring you intriguing stories and outlandish reports from what's going on around the world. UFO sightings, paranormal activity, conspiracies, alternative health, and so much more. And if you have news, email me at news@spacedoutradio.com.
Attention Spaced Out Radio listeners. For only $5 a month, you can join Spaced Out Radio Space Travelers. Your membership at spacedoutradio.com will give you access to private fan area on the website, get you a monthly newsletter, draws for monthly swag, and a whole lot more. Sign up today to become a part of the Spaced Out Radio experience.
Strange creatures lurking in the night, the sounds of wood knocking in the forest, odd happenings right out of a fictional world. These are the reports I love. Hi there, this is author Ronald Murphy, and I would love it if you join me and Spaced Out Radio host Dave Scott the second Wednesday of every month on our journey into the unknown land of cryptozoology at spacedoutradio.com. From Mothman to Frogman and everything in between. Hey, they don't call me the crypto guru for nothing.
Greetings and salutations, space travelers, from the Chronicles of the Unknown team.
What is Chronicles of the Unknown? I keep hearing about this thing.
It's a new paranormal reality TV show based right here in beautiful British Columbia, Canada. Follow our team as we uncover claims of activity on the Caribou Gold Rush Trail. You can also follow us here every third Monday, where 2 members of our team will be available to answer your questions. We'll give you some equipment updates and some of our experiences on the road, right here on Spaced Out Radio.
For over 40 years, the Purple Energy Plates have been delivering amazing results for their many customers. Inspired by the great genius Nikola Tesla, the harmony, healing, and energetic effects of the plates have proven over and over to be beneficial and often miraculous to thousands of customers. With their money-back guarantee and the many benefits, how can you afford not to get one? Check their site for daily specials and choose from their many energy products. You won't be sorry. Visit them today at purpleplates.com for mind, body, and spirit, and expect a miracle.
Patrolling the Pacific Northwest, we are always on the lookout for the strange and unassuming stories that real people are experiencing. Hi, I'm Vincent Zunza from Pacific North Weird. Me and Alexandra Sullivan have teamed to bring to you those odd stories that never seem to make it into the mainstream. Stories so weird that will leave you scratching your head wondering, is this real? It's as real as it gets with Pacific North Weird. You can watch our videos right here at spacedoutradio.com.
Find yourself constantly looking up in the sky, looking for answers? Have you had extraterrestrial contact? Are you an abductee? Looking for answers to your experiences? Hi there, I'm R. Keith Andrews, Spaced Out Radio's resident ET expert. Join me live the first Friday of every month, where I take questions from the Spaced Out Radio chat room and help you understand those from the far-off world. It's 2 hours of knowledge every experiencer should listen to. Hope to see you there.
Hey everybody, this is Patrick Webster Small, and I'm here to bring you the Webster Phenomena every Saturday night, live at 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern. If you're looking for aliens and extraterrestrials, well, we've got them. Big and tall, short and small. You're bound to find what you're looking for. So join me on the Webster Phenomena right here on Spaced Out Radio.
Hi there, this is Jolene with Reveal It Reiki and Readings, and I want you to relax. Let me help you chill out. and get in touch with your body, mind, and soul. In this busy world, sometimes we need to let go, and this is where I can help. Visit my website, rivuletrndr.wix.com/rivuletrndr, or my Facebook page, Rivulet R&R, to set up an appointment for relaxation, Reiki, or readings, no matter where you are. It's time for you to make time for you.
You hear footsteps in the empty room above you. A rocking chair begins rocking by itself. Don't be afraid of the things that go bump in the night. Reach for Spirit Storybox, the iPhone app the Huffington Post UK called the only ghost hunting app you will ever need. Spirit Storybox. The spirits are telling their stories. Are you listening?
Every month on Spaced Out Radio, we look into the deep and dark reports of cryptids roaming around the world with me, Rob Morphy from Cryptopia.us. I would love it if you would join me and host Dave Scott as we delve into the most arcane stories and reports regarding creatures of the unknown. My job is to hunt down the details and bring the evidence forward to you. These aren't your regular Bigfoot stories I'm talking about either. You can find out more about crypto history at spacedoutradio.com.
Tonight's edition of Spaced Out Weekend is brought to you by spacedoutradio.com, where you can now sign up to become a Space Traveler member. Now, for the final time tonight, here's Spaced Out Weekend's James Tyson.
Welcome back, everybody, to Spaced Out Weekend. We're into the last hour here. We have a number of callers. Again, if you want to call in, please do at 575-694-6634. Again, 575-694-6634. And you can call in and talk to Skeeter, the psychic. We wish Joni Mitchell... No, not that Joni Mitchell, but our Joni Mitchell. Happy birthday, because she's very, very old right now. And call in to talk to Skeeter and talk to Paisley. And right now we have the coolest name to have ever called into a Spaced Out Weekend. We have Andronicus. That is a cool name. Hi, Andronicus. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I am wide awake. I am not living in Florida. I shouldn't say that. I'm not wide awake. I'm a little bit sleepy. Not as much as our friend Jim, because he had like 3 hours sleep and drove for 7 hours and got me home safe and gave me a bag of apples.
That was brutal.
That was brutal. Oh, man. But it was really good weather, like rainy and slushy. Yeah. But it was fun. It was a good cause. A good cause. Okay, Paisley, why don't you go with your numerology reading for Andronicus right now?
Absolutely. So welcome to the show. And thank you for telling me your birth name on the commercial break, which I promise I will not share with the listeners. I've got your birthday in front of me, and I'm just wondering, did you have a question for us?
I do. I have a dream that I've had for a long time. An acquaintance I knew committed suicide. He was a heroin addict, and for many years, I want to have like a homeless center, homeless shelter, a home for abused children, drug addicts, and I want to have one of these in like every state in his memory, in his honor. And I don't see, I mean, I know everything's by faith. I don't know where the money's going to come from, but I guess what I'm really wanting to know is this ever going to get like out of my head and into like a reality?
Okay, and did you say you have a center already and you want it to be bigger?
No, I don't have one as of yet. I mean, I do charity work and things like that. I applied for a job working with abused children on Friday, and it's like I have so many ideas in my heart, in my head. I can just taste it. I can see it. I already know the name of it already. I mean, I've got so much, but it's like not a reality. It's like all inside of me. And sometimes it just feels like it's just going to burst. It's like, it's just such a reality on the inside that I want to get to the next step. And I know it's like taking one little step at a time and going in that direction. But I just really want to know, is it ever going to be like a dream come true? Is it ever going to be the way that I envision it?
Okay, so with the new name that you're using now,
by the way, which rocks. It's an awesome name. It's the value of 8. And when I look at the day that you're born, it's the value of 8. And these two numbers, combined and separately, are very strong, powerful energy centers, which would lead towards quality friendships with people, quality furniture, quality in lots of levels. So I'd say you're not a person that would have, like, for example, a lot of cheap furniture around you. Like, the furniture you have would be quality, long-lasting, practical, beautiful furniture that could be very high-end, just as an example. So this would indicate to me that you have a really strong ability to lead an extremely abundant life. Now, it doesn't mean you're going to win the lottery. It doesn't mean you're going to be sitting on piles of money, because you have good taste. So if you make a lot of money, you'll spend a lot of money. It's just the nature of the 8 is to have beautiful things around them all the time. So they like to often shop. Do you have any issues about focusing? Like, would it be true for me to say that you're all over the place sometimes, like you're going in different directions at the same time? Does that make sense to you?
I can kind of relate to the previous caller about contradictions. Like things that are in my heart that are like really strong, sometimes out of necessity, like maybe work reason or whatever. I'll take a job that is like against what I believe, or
right.
But I need to pay the bill, so I do it, and I end up getting really depressed, and I get and it's like a state of depression, and that's when it starts feeling like this will never come true, what I really want, because I don't see how to put everything together. But out of necessity, yes, sometimes it's like a contradiction.
Okay. And for sure there is a contradiction, because your birth name is a 7 and the year that you're born is a 1, and those two numbers are water numbers. And I just talked about your 2 fire numbers, so absolutely water, fire, that kind of element fighting. But you also have air numbers in the month that you're born in, and when I add your birthday numbers together. And these air numbers would indicate to me that you're all about helping other people. And so what happens is you take the focus and put it on everyone else outside of yourself. Like, I want to help the children, and I want to help the addicts, and I want to help, and I want it in every state. So you want to help the country. So what happens for you, I'm not saying that you shouldn't want to help others, don't get me wrong. But with this birthday, sometimes you go in different directions with your focus. And because you so strongly have a desire and a natural ability to want to heal and help the other people, that sometimes you don't take care of your own personal needs. So sometimes you might have a tendency to burn out. And it's funny that you mentioned depression, because depression and addictive behavior could be prone for someone with a birthday like yours if your own personal needs are not being met first. Does that ring a bell for you? Like, do you burn out easily?
It does, but I kind of, to be honest with you, I kind of see that like as a weakness, and I'm trying to overcome that. And I know it's important, to have your needs met and all that, but for whatever reason, I know it sounds kind of crazy, but that's what makes me happy, like the dream I was sharing with you. Nothing makes me more happier than that. It's like I come alive. It's like all my energy and my joy and I can't even explain it. It's almost like that is meeting my needs. Just the thought of having that and being able to help other people and also to do that in his memory, it's exciting. It's just like
it's
sometimes
a passion.
It's like I want it so much. It's like overwhelming. But that's like it does come back to me and it does bring me joy. But like what I'm doing right now, and when I was like campaigning for Hillary Clinton, I needed a job, so I'm like doing this, and I'm like, I feel like it's a contradiction. I'm just. To make ends meet. I'm not really doing where my heart's at. My heart's not in my work, I guess is what I'm saying. And I think that's really what's leading to the depression, because my heart's not in it. It's like I'm just going through the motions, day in and day out, and I'm like, I can't do this anymore. Something's got to give.
The thing with the self-care and the helping others is that because your needs aren't being met, for example, by your employment. So your financial needs aren't specifically being fully met there. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Because those needs aren't being met, you'll drain out and you won't be able to help as many people with your dream or with your vision or with your passion and what you want to do. So it's kind of like this. It's kind of like you want to feed all the hungry people who haven't asked you for food, but you can see they're hungry, so you want to feed them. And that comes natural. You don't even think, oh my gosh, they're hungry, I got to feed them. You just give away your food. But at the end of the day, you haven't eaten. And so your gas tank, your level of being nurtured is down. And you could actually help more people and make this dream come to fruition if you could meet your needs first. Like when your gas tank is full, you can help more people. It just totally makes sense. Right. But what happens for you is you go up and down, up and down, up and down with your energy level. Yeah, so I think you're right on track saying, like, I'm not doing what I love. Like, you're answering your own question. Your question is, I feel like the answer to your question is you need to do what you love. You need to be doing that. You need to be doing that immediately. And the money will follow.
About the money, yeah, because that's always what hinders me. Is like, okay, I want to do this, and I have so many opportunities to do different things, and I have over the years. But it's like I get in it, and I start getting scared because I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be able to pay this bill or that bill, and so by fear, I pull back, I draw back, and go back to what I've always known. And
yes,
and I do have a question. I had an uncle that passed away in 2011. He was like a father to me. And when he was alive, he told me and my brother that he left us in the inheritance. It would be like $4 or $5 million. However, my aunt, his wife, me and her, we don't get along. We got into a big fight. And I'm just wondering if you see anything there. Hello?
Hold on. Sorry. Somebody just came on. You're the 626 area code?
Yes.
Okay,
no,
hang tough. Oh, I know. Sorry, it's the way the phone calls come in. I have to phone them back. They say hello right in the middle of our show. So anyway.
Yeah, Andronica, we're fine. We can still keep going. There was just a new caller that said hello, but she's on hold now, so we're okay. So Skeeter, I'm wondering if you can speak to the question about her uncle.
As far as the aunt goes, whether she's going to withhold, could you re-answer the question? I got a little distracted by the hellos.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had an uncle that passed in 2011. He was very wealthy, and he had told me and my brother, he actually had a trust fund for me and my brother when he was alive, and I ended up, it wasn't like a huge trust fund when he was alive, but I ended up sending it over to a church, and he got furious over that. He said I would always do that, and that I would end up, with the type of money he had, that, he would set it up so I couldn't have it all at once, because he said, you're going to give it all away, you're going to spend it, and you're going to end up homeless and broke because that's how you are. And I said, no, I'm not. I would never do that. And it ended up coming true. I did sign my trust fund over to a church. But anyway, me and my aunt never got along. My uncle he bought every car I've ever had, paid cash for it. He was always helping me. He was like a father to me. But my aunt always fought him over everything. So when he died, basically, my aunt got in a fight. I left Missouri. I got my car, came here. It was horrible. And I found some papers that my uncle had. He had the man's name and how much money he was leaving my nephews, like $720,000, and the guy over the trust fund and all that. My aunt didn't know that I knew that. And basically, when I left, my family was saying they didn't know where I was at. They didn't, which was a lie, and just all kinds of stuff. I feel in my heart that he left me money, but my brother's like, well, we're not getting anything until she dies, but I don't think that's the case. I contacted the courthouse, and she didn't put the will in probate. And what they sent me, there was just no way that my uncle did that. My uncle was so precise. He had attorneys. He had accountants. He wouldn't fart without an attorney present. He was just so precise in everything. And what the court sent me it was like a third grader wrote. I'm like, there's no way this is legitimate. So I'm kind of wondering, I mean, I feel in my heart that he did, and I don't know if she's just holding it back or if I really have to wait till she passes, but I'm just wondering if that is there for me or if it's going to be all spent by the time she goes, because in my heart I'm thinking I can start with some of that money to start building on my dreams and things like that. Sorry, that's a lot. I'm so sorry.
No, it's
like,
okay.
That's a long question.
I'm just a little concerned because he had a quick answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
As you were asking the question, the minute you mentioned that you gave it to the church, he kind of groaned and said, "I told you not to," and that's part of what we fought about. I don't feel that there was anything left for you directly. That it is on hold until the aunt passes.
Oh, God. Well,
and there's stipulations tied to it.
Yeah, I remember him saying that. He said it was so much money that I wouldn't be able to handle it. It would destroy me. And I said, no, it wouldn't. And he's like, you're not going to give it all away, and you're not going to end up broke. It's like over the years, like you can only get so much at a certain, it's spread out. So I can't just go kind of like do what I did with the trust fund money that he had for me. So basically I have to wait till she dies.
He said some things had to change at the end. He's trying not to go into details. He says you know what he's talking about.
Some things had to change at the end. What do you mean?
He had to change things as far as what was being left to you financially.
Oh, because my aunt kept when he started getting really bad every day, she's like, did you change that yet? Did you change? She kept harassing him and pushing him. And I knew it was about me, but I never knew what that was. So that was changed.
Things were changed. And he says you have to be patient. And he's saying some of the things that you did, some of the things that he was concerned about, as well as other outside influences, are what led him to make these changes.
Okay, and I have one more question, though. When I contacted the court, and they sent me that, like, fake will, whatever it was, I know it wasn't his, the lady told me that whatever his will is null and void because my aunt never put it into probate court. So whatever my uncle had or left or whatever, they said it's not, his will is no longer valid.
He says there's a will, that it is valid, but I don't have all the information on it. That's something that you may want to invest in a lawyer to look into.
Right.
But things were changed and altered. So even in the best circumstances, there isn't money coming to you right now.
Right.
And you have to work with the aunt.
Wow.
Yeah,
were the changes made while he was still alive, or did she just have her attorney? Because he did it.
I don't know.
Andronicus, I really hate to do this to you, but you've got like 4 people waiting behind you.
Okay, can I ask just one more quick question?
A quick
one.
The
last question is, will I be able to purchase Kurt's house for him? He lost his house. It was auctioned off, and I want to buy it back for him. Will I ever own that house? Will I ever get it?
No.
Okay. All right.
Don't you hate it when you don't get
Thank
the
you.
answers you want? Okay, you take care of yourself,
fine.
and what it is what it's supposed to be. And
and any really big concerns, I would recommend going to a lawyer.
Yeah.
There are lawyers available to people in low income positions, And also you yourself can go through the probate courts where your uncle died and request information and assistance if you think the will was not properly carried out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, killer.
All right, thank you so much. You guys have a good night.
You too. Go to sleep.
All right, bye.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
Andronicus, welcome to the land of Caesar. Now, we have, I'm going to hit up our 206 area code down in Washington State. Are you there now? Okay, fine. We're going to bounce all the way to Australia. And then we're going from Robert White in Australia to Jim up in here in Canada, and then down to the 626 area code. What's the name of the young lady on 626?
Emily.
Emily? Okay, stand by. You're number 3. Go ahead, Robert.
Hello.
Hello.
Just
G'day, mate.
To find out. Yeah, just wanting to find out, am I on the right path for the career that I'm chasing?
I got a quick no.
Oh, all right. And with the numerology,
He says you're actually really close, but you're pushing it too fast and too hard.
All right.
You're focused too much on the apple and not enough on the path itself.
Okay. Yes, I understand what that means, yes. And hello to everybody in the chat rooms, both of them, and everyone else and all that sort of stuff. Hello.
Hey, Robert.
G'day.
Hello, Robert.
G'day.
Now,
Hey, Robert.
I got a quick question for you, Robert. While Skeeter was answering your question, was your bird making like a talking noise in the background?
It might have been either that or that was my son.
Okay, if not, it was like we were getting a whispering EVP, like someone talking.
I think that was the 778 number that was whispering.
Oh, was that Jim? Oh, you're doing that. Okay.
Oh, I heard it though.
Oh, you heard it? Oh,
It
okay.
wasn't Jim.
So it wasn't him. Yeah, it was weird. Okay, Robert.
All right.
Is there another question?
No, that was all.
That was
Thank
it?
you.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy, I oughta. Okay.
Easy breezy.
We're bouncing over to my now good buddy Jim, who gave me a big bag of apples, which is good. And now, Jim, I think you haven't, and we discussed this on our ride down here. He hasn't really been to what I would quote to be a real psychic. And
He's been to a fake psychic?
No, I've been to one.
Yeah, I was going to say, what kind of psychic?
the ones at the fair for $10. No, that was his wife who went to the $10 fair one. Oh my lord.
Yeah.
So I can't remember.
I've always been just kind of just never had the, I don't know, just never had the desire to do it. Okay. But I always thought it always intrigued me.
Okay.
Psychic? We are intriguing people.
And one of the things that Jim and I talked about on the way down was our kind of divination. Mine was like I seem to be able to identify empaths everywhere, and Jim was talking about his he can pick up this a child's spirit, and he's overly like he really feels protective over that. And I was wondering, Skeeter. And I hate to be asking questions on your behalf, Jim, but is that his direction?
There's a little boy who just spoke up and said it's not really his path, but we feel safe with him. So it's a beginning of a path.
Cool. Go ahead, Jim. Ask away.
Yeah, I've been just becoming more sensitive to certain things, and it's kind of strange, the body feelings and the the numbers. I'm interested in numbers. I follow them a bit, but I make my own rules about them. When I started, I liked, looking at other people.
Been forwarded to an automated voice message.
Sorry.
So, but slowly, I'm just witnessing more, being more aware of the energy around me. So, and I like to focus it on the children. Like when I'd love to have a sense where, I could just feel the energy of a child in distress and somehow help. I'd love to be able to do that. I mean, I don't know if it's something that you can work on, or is it something that is just given as a gift. But I like to try to do it.
You can do it. It's a little bit of both. Paisley, do you have any feel about him seeing the different numbers and making rules with them?
I haven't heard anyone tell me that information before. When you say that, Jim, does that mean are you studying numerology, or what do you mean when you say I like the numbers?
I talk to my spirits all the time. I ask questions. I get results most of the time, and I've just associated them. I associated different sequences of numbers, and the consistency of the numbers with the meanings in my life. I try to put them towards, okay, well, this always happens around this point. So I just make my own mind up on what it has something to do with. I used to think lots of ones were the awakening, and I'm sure it does to most people, but I think it compares. I think that if you see the numbers all the time, usually I'm either talking to my wife, or I'm thinking about my wife or my kids, but mostly my wife, and I get the 1111 all the time. A lot of times we'd be on the phone and we'd be going, okay, well, and it's stupid how many times. Well, I've associated that with just basically the connection of two souls that love each other. Mm-hmm. And the questions I've asked and the people I've come across, they feel the same way. So that's kind of my own route with them.
Yeah, for sure number patterns will come up, and for sure, if we are doing things in a good way and we're asking spirit for signs, if we're asking for specific signs about things, a lot of people say, oh, I ask for signs, but I don't get any answers. I ask and ask and ask, and I never get the answer. So, I always recommend, be clear about your question. People will say, I don't know if I should take job A or job B, and I've been asking spirit and there's no answer. Well, it can be tricky. And maybe Skeeter can speak to this too when I'm done speaking. But just that, if you're supposed to take job A, you might want to ask spirit to show you a sign of 1111, or, you make up your own sign within this time period. If yes, you are supposed to take job A. But when you're asking, a lot of people don't even know how to clearly ask a question to spirit on their own, right? Because they're just kind of winging it. What do you think about that, Skeeter? About signs about numbers?
I actually agree with you on that. I've had a couple of cases where individuals well, they're not talking to me. I keep telling them for a sign, and I'm you need to be very specific. Ask for the big red neon sign if you need the big red neon sign. If you need a penny, ask for them to leave pennies in your path. Ask for a sign that is specific and direct, and also make your question specific and direct. Exactly. I like to put it as talking to a 2-year-old. Mm-hmm. Do you want an apple? Yes or no? Don't ask them, do you want an apple, a pear, or an orange? Because they're going to stare at you and ask for a banana.
It's so true. Yeah, and there's always sequences of numbers that certain people will see, and they'll know either who that message is from spirit, or what the answer means, because they have their own kind of I'll say number dictionary that they use. But I would suspect, Jim, that you have a lot of ability to communicate, and because you're making up your own number patterns, or when you see numbers, you you know enough now to know what the signs mean. To me, you're making up a new language. Basically, that makes sense to you. So it makes sense that communication and language will come quite easily to you. Do you work with numbers or organizing things or structuring things or working with detail? Is that what you do for a living?
No, I do construction. I try to always be, top of my game and the best I can be. But when it comes to the numbers, it's not just about asking questions. It's more about asking to be given stuff, like the ability to do certain things. Again, with even the joy of going spirit searching, and I'd love to do that. And it's always something that I love to do. So, and just certain things that are happening to my body with meditation and certain types of exercises that I do, I'm finding myself becoming more sensitive. I just for instance, I can't watch those shows where people get hurt, and I get this shot up my spine every time, and it's getting worse. It started about maybe 2 years ago with just watching my kid get, and I almost foresaw it. It was kind of like, and then I get that shot up the spine, and it usually starts in my lower back, and now it's just getting worse. I can't even watch those shows anymore.
And so you receive information through the body, yes? Does that make sense what I'm saying?
I'm trying to work and focus on it so I can understand it more.
So do you use protection, like in doing your psychic work?
I believe that I have some very powerful spirits around me all the time, and I spread it to my children as well, just so that they can have that comfort as well.
Yeah. And when I first started doing psychometry, I would hold someone's object and get information from the object, and I would receive information from spirit in my body. So, like, for example, the first time I held this woman's, I was in San Diego, and I was at a psychic retreat, and I was holding a woman's necklace, and I buckled over in pain and gave her necklace back, and I said, oh my God, my stomach hurts, I can't do this right now, I'm sick, something happened, I don't feel good, I might need to go to the hospital, something's wrong. And she said, oh, that's weird, because I've had like 7 stomach surgeries. So I wasn't protecting myself, and I was receiving information in the body. So that's kind of where my question was like headed about. I don't call it stomach pain now that I receive. I call it stomach information, and it kind of separates me from. It's just information from spirit, and then I try and give that information back to spirit when I'm done receiving that information in the body. If that kind of makes sense. Wow, that's great. It sounds like you're very. Like James said, like really empathetic, and a lot of people can't watch conflict, violence, all that kind of stuff. Like some people can't watch what's happening with the politics. They get. I don't know if you guys noticed on Facebook, like after November 8th, a whole bunch of people went on Facebook and said they're depressed and they're sick and they don't feel good and they're having pain management issues, and like it really affected a lot of people because there was so much conflict there towards the end of November 8th. So good for you. That's great, Jim.
Hey, one of the things.
So how do I focus more? When you meditate, when you're meditating, you use the chakra, or do you what do you suggest? Energy I try to focus more on to kind of go the path I'd like to go.
Skeeter, do you have an answer for Jim?
I use a practice called Jinshin Jitsu. It's a lot like acupuncture, minus the needles. And it's just a matter of using pressure points in the hands and fingers and on the body to help pull me in and ground me, and it allows me to focus on different aspects of my gifts. When I want to ground, I hold my shoulder with one hand, and with the other hand I take my thumb and I press it to each finger. And then I switch when I want to work on my third eye. I hold just above my eyebrows with the tips of my fingers and just under the cheekbones with my thumbs. So finding, for me, that's actually a very hands-on way to force myself to slow down and center. Otherwise, I get very easily distracted by lots of things. But by physically making myself do these things, I've been able to ground myself, center myself, and slowly learn to direct the energies I want to put out or to bring in as I open myself and close myself to spirit.
So the more and more you do that, do you find the spirits want to be more attracted to you, or more they want to get away from you?
They actually seem to want to hang out more. And what's nice is that they actually seem to be drawn to it, and they actually kind of want to sit in and enjoy the energy that I'm giving off as I'm taking care of myself. It's kind of like, you know how there's certain people in your life who are just really kind of calm and happy, and you're drawn to them just because they're calm and happy, and that helps bring your energy levels down to a normal point. It's the same effect.
This is not a valid entry. To replay your message, press 1.
Yes, it is.
To delete and re-record your message,
perfectly valid
press 3.
entry.
For delivery options, press 4. To cancel this message, press star.
I have no idea
where that's coming from. To send this message now, press pound or hang up.
Okay, we're not going to press pound. They can pound it. Carry on,
Replay
Skeeter.
your message. Press 1.
5-6.
To delete and re-record your message, press 3. For delivery options, press 4. To cancel this message, press star. To send this message now, press pound or hang up.
Only on live radio.
Yeah. I'm just
You
waiting.
gotta love live.
Your message has been sent. Thank you for using T-Mobile voicemail. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Take the rest of the night off, you weasel. Okay.
So does that make sense, what I'm saying about, as you slowly find that happy place and that grounding place for yourself, they're going to be more drawn to you because it's something that's actually comforting for them?
So should I just, yeah? Are you there?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you guys are there.
I can hear you.
It just, because I find the more I do this, the more activity I pick up in certain places. Like, I could just kind of sense the room. My energy goes out in the room, and I can just sense people and, like, spirits around me.
Yeah.
And you say working your pineal gland or pineal gland? Pineal gland? Like, with your finger, like I put my finger on it, but you say you put another on your cheekbone. Like, is that just to spread the energy around or help energy get?
It helps open up channels to let all the energy start circulating the way it should.
I see.
So it's like opening up the door. And it's, just put like it's the pointer finger, the middle finger, and the ring finger, and just put them along the tops of your eyebrows. One on each side. And then take your thumbs and just tuck them up underneath your cheekbones. And all this is doing is drawing energy that's down by your feet, bringing it up across the pelvis, along your back, up above your shoulders, over the top of your head, bringing it down your face, back down towards your feet as it crosses that pelvis again, and grounds you completely. So you got this energy moving through. And the focus point is at the third eye.
Yes. Well, that's awesome. That's great. Thank you very much.
Hey, I got
You're welcome.
Two follow-up questions on Jim's behalf. We were talking about he feels stuff like almost like that Kundalini place, the bottom chakra. And I've come to understand, and that's where he feels his when he gets that feeling, and it's bothering him, and it starts there and comes right up the spine. Sit on your hands. Pardon?
Sit on your hands. I know it sounds absolutely positively silly, but take your hands, tuck them under your butt cheeks, and sit there for about
This happens whenever I see even the chance of somebody getting hurt. If I see somebody stumble on the street, I just, and it kind of shoot. It starts in my, and it's going halfway up my back and into my leg. And it just it's just like comes and it's gone instantly. It's just like almost like a rush of something. And it's getting more intense.
Well, it's like Paisley was talking about how she could feel things with her stomach. I get sensations. It's either it's almost orgasmic if it's something really extreme. It'll feel like a punch in the stomach if it's something that I really need to walk cautiously by. I'll almost feel like I have to throw up if there's a spirit that's actually trying to manipulate or play me. I'll get extreme headaches when there's a large number of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you walk into a room, what it is that all your energies are feeding.
Yeah, I was not concerned, but I was considering it almost to be like a Kundalini awakening, possibly that uncoiling from the tailbone up. And is Jim, if you could kind of tune in and see, is Jim really getting close to that point?
He is. And that's why sitting on his hands will help, because it'll help balance that energy there.
Okay.
So as it's getting ready to pop, he instead of it being like a big, it can be a slow, much more comfortable transition.
Okay, and what does that entail? What is a Kundalini awakening?
From what I understand, it's when all the blah, 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 blah. Sorry. From what I was told, it was basically when everything's about to unfold. Everything's going to connect. Everything's going to open up. It's like all the planets are aligning.
Yeah. It's like
and it's basically like someone's reaching in and they're just pulling that thread, and that energy is going all the way up, and it's going to come all the way down, and it's going to start circulating the way it should. And it's just opening you up on such an extreme level. Drawing the moon in, if you're...
I have to meditate when there's a full moon. I just have to draw that energy. Is that normal?
Yeah, that is actually. I'm one of those people that I prefer not to be bothered on the full moon or a new moon. Anytime the moon is in a full position, don't bother me. I'll try to work through it if I have to, but I prefer to be left alone because it's just so much.
Wow. Hey, and one more thing before I throw Jim out of here. The little fella that came through,
yes.
What is that to Jim? Or he, the little boy?
He's one of the little kids who follows him around.
Okay.
And talks to him. It's one of the he's the little kid who pokes you in the ribs when he wants your attention.
Do you ever feel that, Jim?
Yeah, just no. I usually just go with my gut, and it just seems like sometimes I can't even control it. It could either be anger, and like I have to do this, and it ends up being a positive, or happy and I'm just in the right spot to help somebody, or just things just seem to click.
Do you ever feel somebody or something poking you in the ribs, just like trying to get your attention?
No, I don't recall. It's it's just more of my. It's like the electromagnetic energy running up your arms, and you get full bore, straight up hair.
Okay.
Well, magnify that about 10 times and started at my tailbone, and it's way up.
Yeah, we moved off.
Kind of like an electro energy.
Yeah. I asked about, I don't know if you heard it, I asked about who the little boy was, and who said, helping children at this point wasn't your path. And I was wondering who that little boy was to you, and it was just a spirit that follows you around and gets your attention by poking you in the ribs. Not to do with the energy coming up and down your spine at all, but it's just somebody who's kind of a hand-on.
I don't anybody poking me in the ribs, but I do feel a child spirit around me, and an adult one, a female.
Did they come through at all, Paisley?
Sorry, what's your question, James?
I'm
not
sorry.
clear.
I meant Skeeter. Sorry.
The little boy is definitely coming through. He's not letting me connect to the adult energy. He wants all the attention right now.
Yeah, boys. Yeah.
But he says he's one of the people who brings others to you. He's one of the ones who flags to others and says, this is a safe one. We can talk to him.
Interesting.
That's interesting.
Where is this little boy from?
Oddly enough, he said Netherlands.
Netherlands?
And he's got this really cute, almost... I know, please don't bang me for the wrong culture, but it's almost like a Dutch boy haircut. And he's definitely an older spirit. I wouldn't say he's a current, but he's definitely, I'd say, 1800s.
And where would he have run into Jim?
He said Jim called him.
Oh.
I ask the spirits around me if I can help kids all the time. I meditate for that reason.
Okay.
And he's the one who showed up to help bring kids to you, to let them know that you're a safe one.
Very cool, Jim. I just got total chills on all up my left side, right up to my face. That's cool.
Yeah, me too.
That is very cool. One of the other questions we have is Jim and I did a paranormal investigation last night, and we were in the room of a specific friend of Jim's, and I was wondering if you could tell us if anybody was in that room with us when we were doing that. It's a specific bedroom.
I got a yes and I got a no.
Well, thank you very much.
The yes was a woman's voice, and the no was from a gentleman.
So who wasn't there?
She was, he wasn't.
Can one of them tell me the name of the fella that wasn't there?
No.
Or the name of the girl that was? Or the woman that was?
I want to say it starts with an E. I'm not the best with names, but what I'm hearing is like an Alicia or an Elise.
Alicia.
And just so you know, Skeeter, we have a caller on hold named Emily that's been trying to ask a question for a while. So I don't know if her energy is coming in because she's been waiting a while.
Emily?
She may be coming in because it's definitely an E name.
Oh.
She's sending psychic vibes. hang up with him. Pick me up next.
It's unfortunate because, it's one of the things that I want to come through too, because I was there. Okay.
I didn't feel the mail there either.
Yeah.
No, the mail wasn't there, but the lady was, and she's saying that she's actually tied to the location. Her name's actually on one of the portraits in there.
It's a big house. So. Sorry, Jim. What did you say?
There's a lot of spirits in that house.
Yeah. Okay. I want more time with you.
That was awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. Go to bed. Thanks for the drive down.
Good night, Jim. Thank you.
We'll talk later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Hold on a sec. Oh, you know what? We're going into extra innings. Oh, my gosh. I know Paisley's got to get going. She's got to be on a flight, or she's flying out of town, or I don't know, but she's heating up her broomstick and taking off and wants to get some dodo time, which is very French, actually, dodo time.
Yes, and I want to make sure not to tell everybody on the air that I'm flying out of town.
Why?
I'll tell you off the air.
You know what? And I actually said it, but you and I knew you were flying out of town, and I set it up like you were just flying off. So
yes,
you're the one who
sunsets.
you actually grounded it to an actual flight. So thanks for screwing that up. I was being so good.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. So I'm going to go to, who was it? Who was the person who is from another planet who's starts with an E, and was it Emily?
She's not from another planet. It's Emily. She's holding right there.
Emily.
That's funny.
Hi. Hi, Emily.
Hi, Emily. It's funny when she said she's holding right there, and I have no idea where there is. So it's thanks anyway. And I'm Robert's still there. Who else is we got? Everybody's still online, just so you know. Emily, what's the? Are you a 626?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I just popped you up onto the big screen. Then there we go. Now I can look at you.
Now she's right there.
You're blue with a phone picture. Anyway,
yes.
Off you go. Go ahead, Emily.
Okay. Well, I'll try and be as succinct as possible. I've been out of work since July, and I feel like I've been a consultant for the last 8 years, and kind of underemployed, underachieving, and I'm now on the point where I want to get a full-time regular job, and I want to get a home, and just need to know if that's going to happen.
I'm seeing what I'm hearing from this individual that just stepped forward. It's a lot of change coming your way. It's going to get a little bit worse before it gets better, and you've probably got about a year, maybe 18 months before everything totally flips around. Right now, there is a position coming. It's going to be one that you're going to think is beneath you, but there's a chance for growth. Take that one because it's going to open the door to the next opportunity. It's kind of like you need to get a job to get the job you want.
Okay.
So don't be, I apologize. The spirit behind me said don't be too snobbish when you're looking at jobs right now, because you need this job that's coming in order to get the job that you want. Once you give it a chance to make that flip, which you're looking at about a year to a year and a half, is when everything's going to start opening up and moving in your favor again. Just don't give up until then.
Okay. Okay. Did they say how bad, or did they indicate just how bad things are going to get?
You're going to want to tighten your belt, put a couple of extra canned goods in the closet. So don't worry about it. But do be cautious with money. Make sure you've got a really good budget planned out. And no extravagancies right now. Does that make sense to you?
Well, yeah. Is there any indication, like time-wise, when this position will be coming through?
The position you're not really fond about is coming in about the next 3-6 months. But he says you need to be putting out applications for it now. It's basically going to get a call back. You're going to think you didn't get the job, and then you're going to get the call back to say you're actually hired. And it's going to be you being persistent and calling them and saying, did I get the job? Did I get the job? But again, it's not going to be the one that you want. It's going to be the one that's going to help you get the one that you want.
Okay. Is there a specific industry?
He just showed me an office with a keyboard, and it's data entry. Okay. It's not a luxurious career spot, but it's going to set you up for a different spot.
Okay.
But it's not too perfectly clear, so don't cut off your options.
Okay.
I think.
All right.
Is there any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you so much for answering me.
Skeeter, I got something weird when you were talking about that. And trying to narrow this down, this job that she's going to get, that you may get, is it the job itself that leads to another job, or is it somebody she's working, a new person, a new acquaintance she contacts at this new job, that through that human being? It's a new acquaintance. Yeah. You're going to meet somebody at this job who will point you in the direction of the better job. It's not the job itself. It's basically a headhunter. Yeah. There is going to be a person unknown to you coming to you in that other job and whisking you away to the job that you really want. I know that it's weird, and I have no idea why I got that. It was just, I'm half asleep, and all of a sudden, this whole thing came right to me, and I needed to jump in.
No, I'm glad you did, because that's important that she knows that it's not so much the job itself. That's why they're not being real specific. It's the person that she's going to meet that's important.
Yeah. That's really cool. I think it's cool because it came to me. I'm sorry it's not your perfect job off the bat, but I'm excited because it came to me. And I'm through my little school I'm taking with Paisley. It's like it's weird. Paisley's teaching me to be confident with this information that comes, and it makes me happy when I do it. It's like, oh, I got it too. Yeah, you will be hit by a bus tomorrow. I'm so excited that I got it right. And the person's going, what? Oh, never mind. Sorry, so I apologize again. It's not your job.
Don't worry, no buses in your future.
Yeah, baby steps. You're going to get it.
Okay, well, but in the meantime, between now and, say, 3 months, I can't, or I won't encounter, like, maybe a temp job or a bridge job?
It's a real basic job. It's along the lines of data entry or a call center. I'm just seeing a cubicle and a screen, and it's like an everyday Joe mind torture job. It's just repetitive, but it's who you're going to meet there that's important. And this first job is going to be coming within the next 3 to 6 months.
But nothing in between now and 3 months, right, Skeeter?
No, that's why being really cautious and conservative is a good thing right now.
Okay.
Welcome to my world. Seriously, I retire on January 7th, and like 40% of my paycheck disappears, and I'm thinking, okay, how's this going to work? It's like, but, I'm a guy, so I procrastinate. So I've been thinking about it for a year, and now that it's getting closer, I'm going, oh, crap, that's only, a month and a half away. Maybe I should pay off a bill or something.
That might be a good thing.
Oh, man.
No, it's just one of those, it's a transition time with where you're at, the location, all the energy right now. It's a transition time. And sometimes we have to go through a little bit of a tight spot in order to come out a lot stronger on the other end.
Well, but I've already gone through this like 3 years ago, and that's why I'm frustrated, because it's like, why do I need to have? It's like I got the lesson the first time. Why am I going through this again? So
the person who just responded said you didn't get the lesson.
Okay.
Oh.
So it's actually you didn't quite catch it. You thought you got it, but you didn't quite catch it. He says there was a lot more to it than the aha. He says you got the aha, but you didn't get the why. You didn't get the oh moment. And he says one of the things that you really need to focus on is to step back from materialistic things and focus more on minimalism. He also says focusing more on what you have rather than what you don't have is another key to what this real lesson is. He says you keep saying he says you've gotten really good at telling people what you don't have. You've forgotten to tell people what you do have.
Yeah, okay. I'm with her.
So while you're thinking about I've learned this lesson, there's a reason things come back around, and believe me, I've said those fatal words myself. I got the lesson, and then they're like, oh, no, you didn't, and smack me down. This is the smackdown for you. It's the, come on, get it. And right now they're taking advantage of this opportunity, since you happen to bring it up, to say, no, you didn't get it. This is what you need to focus on. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I'm just a little... I'm not happy about
it. It's a bit much.
No, yeah, I understand too.
It's I'm afraid that normally when I get messages, I try to be polite about them, but sometimes they just come out a bit aggressive. So I apologize, but they really, really want you to try to get this one. Okay. And really just be very appreciative for what does come, and they're going to hook you up with a person who's going to take you to the place that you're really going.
Okay.
Is it kind of one of those things that is okay? We got to make people realize that you can lose a lot very quickly, and to take advantage of the good things.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Because I've been through that one too, where it's okay. This is how quickly you can lose everything. So pay attention. Do you get the idea? Yeah. And then it slowly all came back again. But it was that kind of was like driving down the street and everything was great, and all of a sudden there was a pothole, a sinkhole I went into, and that's how quick everything could disappear. Luckily, it didn't involve life. It was just financial. And then it all built back up again over time. But it was like you look at it going, oh my gosh, that's how quick it can change.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it was, and again, who wants to get that information, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Meditate, sleep, relax. 90 days. It's not 3 months. It's 90 days. And there's weekends in there.
90 days.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of weekends in there.
And weekends don't count.
Yeah.
Only business days.
There you go. Break it down.
Yeah.
And ask,
Take
you
it
know what?
one day at a time.
Ask for a whole bunch of cool stuff for Christmas. To anybody you've ever come in contact with, ask for things that you're going to need for the next 90 days.
Okay.
Get it all at Christmas. Move on.
Be smart. Tell people I need you to pay my water bill this month, and you get to pay my electric bill this month, and for Christmas, can you pay my gas bill?
I always do that. Like, drive my friends nuts. They say, "Oh, can I get you a coffee?" I don't drink coffee. How about just the cash? And they look at me like, "What? No, I don't want to do that." And I said, "Why? You're going to spend it anyway. I don't drink coffee. Give me the buck. I don't care." They would make me feel a lot happier than having to sit and stare at a black cup of coffee that I don't drink. Give me the $1.
Exactly.
Like, same thing. Okay, now that we've completely depressed you, is there anything else? Can we come and, steal your cat or anything?
I don't need any more bad news.
No.
I don't need any more bad news. No, thank you.
You know what? I think right now it's bad news. Middle of 2017, you look back on it and go, oh, this is actually really good. And I understand.
And I see it as good news because at least you know what's happening. At least you know where you're at.
Yeah.
The best place to build your foundation is rock bottom. At least you know you're at the bottom and you can always go up from there. Just don't grab any dynamite to make it go deeper, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
But you're actually on a really good direction. Just hold on to that learning to appreciate what you have versus being upset about what you don't have.
Okay.
Okie dokie?
Thank you so much for speaking with me. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, our pleasure and
Keep
our
in
honor.
touch. Keep in touch. I want to know what's going on.
Okay. Yes, I definitely want to hear where things are in 6 months.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good weekend. Or week. Sorry. Have a nice weekend we just finished. And have a wonderful week.
Yes.
Okay. Bye-bye. Now, Paisley has operated her broom
Hopped on her broom.
and she's out doing what she's doing. And we still have our friend who phoned in. Well, we have the 206 area code, which who the heck knows who that person is because they're quiet.
That's me.
It's you?
Yes.
Who is you?
909.
Yeah.
I'm Shay.
Oh, that's Shay. Okay. How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I am really good. Thanks. Like, I finally got to talk to you way down in wherever that place is near Seattle. Yeah. How you been?
I've been okay.
Just okay?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you talk to Paisley. She'll cheer you up. I'm sorry. Talk to Skeeter. If you talk to Paisley, it'll be
I
irritating.
want to see her talk to Paisley.
I would like to see that.
That'd be fun.
We'll teach you how to be psychic. Skeeter? Shay?
Yes.
Skeeter.
Yes.
Hi, Shay. How are you, hon?
I'm good. I actually had a friend that had a reading with you at the Healing Arts and Psychic Fair in Bremerton. So that's how I found out about you guys tonight. Yeah, you
Wonderful.
told my friend that she had a bubbly lady with her.
Yes. Oh, that was a fun reading. How are you all?
We're good. Yeah,
Fantastic.
I had a question to see if I had any spirit guides or anybody that's with me at all, and if you were picking up on anything in that nature, and would like to find out more about, if they're trying to tell me anything, or if they're trying to guide me in doing something, or anything like that.
Well, there's an older gentleman around you.
Oh, that's
He
me.
says he tries to talk to you, but you're a very, very strong-headed and strong-willed individual. So it's a little hard to get through to you sometimes.
Yeah. How old is he?
Oh, I'd say probably 70s, mid to late 70s. Kind of really laid back, very kind, bit ornery. He says for you, asking about your guides, there's almost a miscommunication about what a guide is or who a guide can be. It's not always necessarily someone that you know. It's not always necessarily an angel. It may be someone who is part of your soul family from the other side, who's come over here to help kick you back in line and get you back on your path. And he says, and you've been flipping and flopping on your path. It's like you'll get on there, and then you get distracted by a shiny thing on the side. And then you'll go back to your path, and then you get distracted by another shiny thingy. And he says it's not so bad because you do kind of learn your lessons along the way, but it's keeping you on your path that's the hardest part. Especially since it's something that you really do enjoy, which is actually working with people and actually almost along the lines of a therapist or a counselor. You like that hands-on people type thing.
Yeah, I'm a registered nurse.
That's exactly where you need to be. He says, but you don't always. He says, but you get distracted from it. And it could be just hours or whatever, but he says it's keeping you on that. He says it's not so much as following books and regulations as it is following your heart and gut. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
He says when you're working with people and you start switching over to the mechanical, okay, XYZ means ABC, you tend to start feeling cramped. You don't feel like you're functioning right. But when you actually start going, I know it's ABC, but I really feel like we need to go with F and E and maybe some Z, and I really need to talk to the doctor about this. And he says you don't have a problem talking to the doctors and the other nurses and sharing your experience. It's just getting you to do it. So try following that a bit more, following your gut, following your heart when it comes to these things, because you've got a natural intuitive ability for it.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't trust it for some reason. I just kind of think, I'm just, just something pops up in my imagination, or I'm just like, that might be an interesting idea, but I think I'll maybe go with this other plan first and see if that works. And then they usually don't.
He says the problem is that you work in an area where if you're wrong, it can cause a lot of problems. So it's real easy to double question yourself. You're actually trained to question yourself in the field that you're in. So one of the things that you have to learn is that when you actually feel something is right, don't keep it inside. Run it by someone else. If they say that no, then look at it as an opportunity not to be wrong, but as an opportunity to learn. So that, you present this idea, and if it's wrong, ask why it's wrong. That way you know for the future. And if you can get them to explain it, they may come back and go, well, you know what, you're right. Now that I'm saying it, it does make sense.
Yeah.
Sometimes being a teacher and a student go hand in hand. You have to be able to get the things out of your mind and out there so that you can learn and teach others.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So trust that intuitive side a little bit more. Don't worry about being slapped down for being wrong. Look at it as an opportunity to learn. And you'll find out that you're actually a lot better than you think you are.
Well, that's good to know. I'd like to speak with Jason. Is he there?
Jason is here. He says what we need to talk about isn't necessarily what we should talk about. Does that make sense to you?
Can you say that again?
He says what we need to talk about isn't something that we should talk about. And I was wondering if that makes sense to you.
Can you ask him why?
He says it's personal. I don't think it should be aired on radio.
All right. Well, is he...
He says, don't worry, I'm there with you. And I'm working things through, and I'm trying to work with you guys and helping you from where I'm at. But that's about as much as he's going to give.
Yeah.
Would you be able to talk to Shay, in the week or something, and maybe connect with this fellow again?
Yes.
Yeah. Because that would drive me crazy.
Did you grab one of my cards, Shay?
I do, yes.
Give me a call.
Okay. I will.
Or shoot me an email or text me, and we'll pick it up. But he's not wanting to share it with the whole world.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes, airing your dirty laundry with spirits in public. I don't know if they go for that.
He says only on pay-per-view.
He says that? Oh, my Lord. That's kind of funny. Sorry, that's kind of funny.
But you know how to get a hold of me one-on-one.
Yeah. I hope he's in the room with me right now because I am pretty frustrated with him.
He says where you're sitting, if you look out at an angle, it's either a couch or a big chair. And he's sitting on the back of it.
With his feet on the cushions? Oh.
So he's there.
Huh.
So you're thinking too, your feet on my cushions, eh?
Can he give me a sign or something that he's...
You're going to have to be more specific. And what do you want to sign for?
I just want a sign that he's here, like, maybe to, like, move the chair.
Or tell a psychic.
He's like, of course you'd ask that.
Yeah.
He says I lack a body. Did you not notice that? He says he can do something small and simple. He's going to actually try to touch you right now, and it hopefully will create a physical sensation for you.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I don't know. I can't guarantee anything.
Okay.
Okay, Skeeter.
But give him a chance and give me a call, and you know me. I'll do it and I'll help you out. No big deal.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
All right.
Have a good night.
Now, who else do we still have online here? Remember the lady who phoned before we even started the show?
Yes, Rosaria.
Rosaria, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Oh.
Hi, Rosaria.
You're spying on us.
Bienvenidos.
My name is Rosario with an O at the end.
Oh, Rosario. Sorry.
Yes, that's fine. And I am listening.
Did you have a question or anything, or you just happy listening?
No, well, yes, I do, and I'm always just coming up with more and more as I'm listening.
Well, you've been listening for 2 hours, and you didn't put your hand up, so we thought, okay, you're just listening. Everything's okay. So, go ahead for Skeeter.
So, one of my questions is, I know lately, is it my third eye vibrates, I want to say a lot, and is it, I'm wondering is it because, there's spirit, nearby me? It's not a constant thing, but it's a lot of times, during the day, and so anyhow, I just wonder why does that happen, and could it be maybe there's a spirit energy around me? I don't know.
The reason you kind of feel that vibration is because there's that energy coming in. When your crown chakra and your third eye kind of line up and open up, all your chakras line up, and you become more open and aware, you start getting little vibes, little signs within your own body. A vibration or a tingling are actually quite normal, and it is a sign that spirit is around you. When we were talking earlier tonight, we were talking about how the Virgin Mary is one of the energies that has been seen around you. And there's actually various angels who are coming and going around you.
Is
so these energies are coming. For you, it is.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's good. Yay.
Well, I mean, that's a really...
Yes. I know. I'm excited.
It's a really neat thing because what this woman with me now, and she says, you've always been asking for signs, and in your prayers and in your thoughts, you're always asking, can you just let me know you're here? And especially as you've gotten older, you really want to know, is what I believe real? Is it true? Mm-hmm. And these energies are acting more and more in your life and trying to let you know, yeah, we're here, we're watching out for you. So take advantage of that and love this energy that's coming in. It's completely made of love and light. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you could see the energy I see around you, it's this beautiful, illuminating, it's like a golden white. It's like that first light of sunlight that as it comes up over the mountains in the morning. It's just absolutely gorgeous.
You know what? Can I say another thing?
Sure.
Maybe, I think because now since I discovered readings and stuff, which hasn't been that long, but so I always want to get a reading, but it doesn't matter if I pay to, if I go somewhere to get a reading. But now, or it's been a couple of years where people just automatically come to me and I guess they see that light, what you just said.
Yeah.
Because and then they're even telling me I love you, and they hug me, or they want to talk to me and they want to tell me stuff, and I'm like, at first I'm like, no, I'm going to tell you something, and and I, happy or positive. I forgot how I've been told. I'm like, no, because I was hesitant at first, but it's just, it's just been, it just happens a little bit quite often, and then of course the readings. Yes.
Oh, definitely. No, people are actually going to be drawn to you. They're going to want to be around you because that's such a warm, comforting feeling that you're projecting, and then that's being drawn to you. So people like me, I would probably come up to you and hug you and go, hello, and how are you, and just want to be a part of that happy, loving energy that's circulating around you. If it does get to be a bit much for you, while you're doing your prayers or whatever, meditations, anything that feels right to you, go ahead and put down barriers. Listen, I only want people who are truly understanding and loving to come and enter my energy field. People that can reciprocate and return this energy that I give to them and that I can receive back from them. And that way you can draw to you people who will encourage the energy that is coming to you and through you. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, but right away I'm thinking, but wouldn't that be, I don't know, I'm just asking, like a little bit on the selfish side or no? Like,
like the problem is that it sounds like it's being selfish, but the problem is that there's people out there, a delightful group known as narcissists and sociopaths, who love people like you and love playing on your sympathies and your empathies and feeding on you and not giving energy back.
What, feeding on me, and then how is that taking my energy, and then how does it feel to me if that's a yes?
It is a yes, and what it is that you'll feel tired, you'll feel agitated, you won't feel like yourself, you'll feel like you need a nap. It'll feel like you're a little bit bent out of place, like you got up on the wrong side of the bed and don't know why. So it's really an act of self-care and self-love. Do not ever think of it as being selfish. Most empaths really have a hard time with this because we want to give, we want to love, but unfortunately there are people out there who just don't know how to reciprocate that in a healthy way. They love the love, they love the energy, but they just keep taking and taking and taking. And a really good lesson to learn is that givers have to learn to set limits because takers never do. So by saying, I only want people in my life who are of the same energy, of the same love, of the same light around me, who will reciprocate, who will return and feed what I am, so that you don't ever become drained and out of sorts, will be a very healthy thing for you, not a selfish thing.
Okay. I see. It's so funny that you say that people, when you started explaining how people would want to be around me, because maybe this is one of my lessons that I need to learn is, as of right now, I really feel like nobody likes me, and like nobody. I don't communicate as well, and I'm very aware of that, and I just, sometimes even me, like, especially like even right now, being a little bit nervous and happy and what have you, just being talking to you, and I can't communicate well, or, the words don't come out, the message doesn't come out right. And then, so it seems like I push everybody away, or nobody wants to be around me. And then, of course, the things that I've, the things that I've in my life that, if I had a fight with somebody or in an argument with somebody or what have you, like, of course, those two, and, none of, like, I feel nobody in my husband's side of the family likes me at all. And, and then my family, like, just, I feel that way, well, it's just so funny.
It's not unusual to actually feel the way you feel, because as an empath, we tend to feel other people's emotions, but we don't always know why those people are feeling those emotions. So we tend to, by accident, own them. Well, that person's angry, so that person must be angry at me because I'm feeling the anger. Or this person's having a bad day, I must be the cause of their bad day. We tend to own everything. And this is another part of self-care, is learning to let it go. My husband absolutely cracks up because we'll be in a situation where I'll feel an extreme emotion, and I'll start crying, and I'll be sitting there crying, and I'll be under my breath going, it's not mine, let it go. It's not mine, let it go. It's not mine, let it go. And he picks on me, and I smack him, and then I go back to saying, it's not mine, let it go. But the point is that I'm learning to recognize that these emotions that I'm feeling aren't mine. They are not towards me. And for you, you kind of need to learn to recognize that these aren't your emotions. They're not meant for you. It's just that you're owning them because you feel them. And for you, don't worry so much about the crowd. Focus on the gentleman who's just stepped in to help me with you. Says there's about 2, maybe 3 individuals around you who are very close to you, who understand you. He says make that your inner circle. Use them as your safety mark to let you know what's real and what's not. He says they're the ones who understand when you have a true emotion that's really yours, and they can help you work through it. And they can help you understand that, no, this isn't you, this is them. Does that make sense?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm thinking, okay, who can they be? Like, I really feel that I don't know. Like,
one of them is actually a newer friend. And you may not consider her a friend yet because you've kind of changed the meaning of what friend is. But she's actually a very potential friend. She's been very polite. She's actually tried to reach out to you a couple times. And you've enjoyed her company.
Okay.
And I almost want to say it's someone at your church.
Okay. I don't go to church. I go to I used to. I grew up with the nuns and all that stuff, but right now, since all the spirituality, everything that has been happening, and just all these things that, I guess I'm awakening. And so I put that on hold, going to an actual church and following their rules and all that stuff. But I read but I've been going on meetup.com. I found some different groups, and a meditation group, a consciousness group, and I used to go to a little bit more groups, but I'm backing away from everything because I'm being a little bit confused. That's why I was online tonight, and that's how I found this radio station and what have you. And
when it's really easy to get overwhelmed when you're starting to awaken because there's a rush of energies and you suddenly feel out of place. My advice to you is find what resonates best with you. You don't have to become anything more than what you already are. And reaching out to a group or a radio station like this, you're going to find some really neat people who have already been on your path or are at the same point as you are, aren't quite there but are really excited to get there. And just know that whatever you do, whether you include the religion you grew up with in it, whether you create something that's all your own, it's okay. It's very organic. It's a very natural process. You don't have to rush it. Okay. There's very sweet people out there. James works with Paisley to help him with his. I've had wonderful people just magically appear along my path. James happened to cross my path when I needed a solid kick to the butt going, you're ready for the next level. And James was the guy who got to kick me in the butt. It's a really neat process as you're opening up. It's a little scary at first because it's so much. But don't be afraid to tell Spirit, hey, I need you to slow down a little. I need more people in my life to guide me. Can you please send me a teacher? Can you please show me someone who can help me through this phase? The chat group here in the SOR family is an amazing place to bounce ideas off of. I've been watching them, and they've been picking each other up, helping each other out. Everyone in here has had an experience of some kind that another can relate to. And finding people like that is what's really going to help you. And be selective. If someone's views feel uncomfortable to you, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong. It just means that what they are doing isn't part of your journey.
Okay.
It's a lot of information. I apologize. But do you kind of understand where I'm coming from?
Yes. I'm reading here my notes because I'm writing too, and as you're speaking. But can I ask, like, on the 2 or 3 individuals? Okay, so one, you already told me, and then, like, could I have any other clues of the other 2 individuals?
There's one other for sure, and it's a gentleman. Okay. And he's also new to your life, but he's been in your life before.
Okay. So that's very helpful because I've met. Yeah. Yes. Cool. Oh, I'm so excited. Well, can I ask you another question?
What?
Sure. Why not? We're already in overtime.
Yeah, we've already been going for an extra hour just because of you.
Oh my God! What does that mean?
No, I'm kidding. You're the one who's been waiting for 2 hours.
Okay, well, I don't ask because I don't want to take up more of the time, but because they're just general questions like this, and at the end I was gonna say, hey, well, does my guide or the angels or just
are they cute?
Spirits, whoever's around me, want to tell me something? I have a whole bunch of questions, but
the spirits want you to know that you're protected in love and light. That whatever you do right now, you're safe. They know that you're learning, and they're guarding you very closely right now. And if you do have little itty-bitty questions that you just need answered as you figure out where your path is taking you, you can get a hold of me directly at Blue Moon Weaver. One big word, 3 words made into one big word.
Okay.
At gmail.com.
Okay. All right.
So I do try to check it at least once or twice a day. Don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm just a little busy myself, and I will try to get back to you as soon as I can.
Okay. Well, I appreciate this. Yeah. Yes. I would definitely have.
And now you can just sit down and just make a list, and me and you can work it out. Does that work?
Yes. 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 Yes, thank you. I know, I'm so excited.
Oh.
I'm trying not to speak because, okay, there you go.
I'm so glad you hung around and stayed online.
Yeah, thank you very much.
It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure talking to you.
Yes. Same here, and I'm, yeah. Same here. And just so you guys know, I am in the East Coast, so yeah, 3:47. It's 3:47 over here.
Oh, goodness.
I'm like, oh my God. But I'm so excited.
Go to bed. I'm glad you're excited, and I look forward to working with you and hearing from you very soon.
That's very cool.
All right.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, that was wonderful. That's what a nice lady.
Good night, Rosario.
Yeah, what a nice lady that she stayed up this late. And for the listener, Rosario actually came on in the break between Elizabeth Anglin.
First.
Yeah, she came on and said, "Oh, it's okay. I'll just sit in the back and listen." And she's been quietly sitting in the back and listening until I said, "Hey, you still here?" Oh, I have lots of questions. Oh,
I'm glad she was.
Drat. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Skeeter, we did a paranormal investigation at an old museum in a couple of places. I had a group of about 15 people who wanted to go out and see if they could feel something, and we did some video, and we had some young, teenage girls who I gave some IR cameras to, and thank goodness I gave one a digital recorder, because I think my main digital recorder went haywire, but I'm not sure yet till I go through the drive. But do you know? Do you think we would have got anything in my group last night? Because we had some sensitives in it, but I had headphones on listening to it live, and I wasn't getting a darn thing.
There should be an EVP on one of those things. You're going to hear like a hi or a hello, some kind of something along that lines. And it's going to be because one of the girls is joking around.
Okay.
Going, God, are they really going to talk to us? Come on, someone say hi. And someone's going to answer one of the girls being goofy.
Oh, that's cool. One of the things we were doing there was a gentleman had passed away, and this is one of those, if whether one of my guides or relatives comes through to help you with this with me. I was curious, and this is again in a paranormal investigation. One of the reasons I do it, probably the primary reason, is that I have so many questions about life after death. And then secondary is I'm like helping the people who also have the questions, who own the property. In this case, it was a charity event. The fellow who passed, he needed to get his cremations to South Africa to his family, and we were raising money for him. And he lived on the property, and he actually managed the old museum. And it had a number of buildings that were on the old Gold Rush Trail up here that had been moved along the edge of a lake. A beautiful location. I came around the corner, and I had the flashlight, and I shined it, and a great big deer stood up. I just about plotzed. I'm thinking, what the heck? And then I realized it was a deer. It was just kind of sitting out in the grass about maybe 20 meters away. It had just got up and looked at me. I thought, oh, is that going to keep standing? It seems to be, it's like the size of a bloody horse. And it was just a very calm, great big deer. And just kind of said, oh, no, those people are coming out now. Let's move over. But the gentleman who was the manager who passed, I have questions. Some people thought, okay, his spirit should still be there. He passed in, I can't remember, end of October or mid-September. A short time ago, relatively short time ago. And I thought that if he's crossed over, quote unquote, gone to the light, he should not have the opportunity to come back yet. He's busy doing his thing on the other side before he has an option to come back. Or if he hasn't crossed, why hasn't he? And is there something he's trying to assure that is done, or is he got business that he believes he hasn't completed? I was wondering if you could tell me if that person who passed has crossed over, or whether
he has crossed over.
Mm-hmm.
And he is around. but he's still downloading on the other side.
Okay.
But he's been able to, like I've explained to people, they can kind of come back to kind of help people close things up.
Yeah.
But it's on a really limited basis.
Yeah.
And it's usually more to the benefit of the living than the dead.
Okay.
But he says a lot of the issues have been resolved there already, that everything's slowly being settled and all the issues are coming to an end. So he doesn't have to be around nudging things.
Okay, because he's a good man taking his position there, who occupies the bedroom that this gentleman occupied. And this gentleman was actually a good friend of Jim's, who was on earlier on the show here. And it was interesting to me because Jim had said he had done paranormal investigations with the fellow who has passed, and that there was a young girl spirit in his bedroom. And, you know, they could hear her running around and giggling and stuff. So they knew she was around that part of the house. And the fellow who passed, I don't want to say his name because it's kind of personal, but he kind of took a shining to the girl spirit who was running around the house. He was an older gentleman, and this is a young little, you know, kid running around, giggling, laughing, having a great time. Lots of kids' spirits running around in that house. And we were Jim and I were talking about, well, did he come back to help that girl cross? Because we were wondering if she was around either.
She likes it there.
Okay.
So that's kind of like her home.
Yeah.
So he did go back to get her, but she likes it there.
Okay. That makes sense.
So it's not so much as whether or not she needs to be crossed over. She just doesn't want to. She's happy where she's at.
Now, could you ask him if he's there with you? There was a stick in his bedroom and had something.
A walking stick.
Yeah, there was something carved into it. What was that?
It's tribal symbols. It's an old walking stick with tribal symbols.
Okay, it wasn't because I'm picturing it in my head right now. I know exactly what it was, and I was just wondering if he could articulate on what he carved into it. So, all right, and he drew a mirror image of it on the other side, and I think we wiped it off. So, unfortunately, yeah, because it looked like he was going to carve it. Either we wiped it off or he did, because it didn't have to be carved again. We weren't sure. Yeah, I was curious to what...
Said we did.
Oh, we did? Like I did?
We did.
Or he did?
You guys did it because he told you to.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Because I didn't even see it until the other gentleman pulled it out and said, look, this is what he had carved, and touch it and like rub your hand on it. It was dark, so we were rubbing our hand on it, and then we looked at it, and I said, oh, that's kind of cool. But that was in that room there.
He said it was a story, that the images and everything would tell a story.
Oh, okay. So it's just not finished yet because there's only one image on it. So
yeah,
I didn't know what that image was. You know, it's a face, but I don't know what kind of face.
It's an entity of sorts.
Yeah.
You'd have to look up. You'd have to look up some of the mythology. It's one of the mythological stories.
Okay. Interesting. And again, there was a young woman we met there whose husband had passed or her fiance passed tragically in the last not too long ago, like weeks, and it was an accident at home, and she saw him pass, and Jim and Dave Scott went out to her property, and I couldn't go. I got information on, like, there was some belief between Jim and Dave Scott that they could go out there and possibly communicate with him because he had just passed, and I got that he was there temporarily. He hadn't crossed, and he was there with a female that had crossed. And I got the gut feeling that this person was, you know how you say, okay, the light comes and there's a relative on the other side saying, hey, come on, it's time to go. That this female was the one who was there. And I describe it as being, he said, no, I can't. I've got stuff I have to do. I've got to make sure she's okay. And it was almost like, the interpretation was she stuck her foot in the door and kept it open and said, okay, but we don't have that much time, or I understand what you have to do, and it's not going to take that long. So, yeah, go ahead, and I'll hang out with you. Does that make any sense to you?
It does, actually. It's kind of like he forgot a bag or something, and she's like, waiting.
Okay.
For him, it was... He knew it was coming, and he had made a mental note that when I go, I need to take care of this. I need to make sure that I bring her with me. And that's not really an uncommon thing, although it is rare.
Okay.
And luckily, the guide who's taken him across, I almost want to say like a sister or daughter. It's related. I want to say sister of some sort.
Yeah.
But she understood who he was, and I'm willing to bet she already knew he was going to be holding her up. That's why she was more than willing to put her foot in the door and go, okay, it's just him being him.
and in my reading, when I was talking to the fiance, is that she was actually, this was going to be something that she was going to get over relatively quick. So he wasn't going to be around a long time to make sure she's okay. She has some challenges to get over, but it's not going to be a really long mourning period like I think what she thinks it is right now. Like she's absolutely devastated right now. But I think it's going to clear up. And the reason I pulled myself back from going with Dave and Jim was I got the image of a bucket of water being poured over top of this poor fiance's head. And I read that to be, if I went there, she would be getting so much information from Dave, Jim, and myself, it would just overwhelm her. So it was like I was getting told, you don't go. Can you confirm that with anybody from the other side there?
No, you called that right.
Okay.
You called that one correctly, because she's even still a bit head spinning from just Dave and
Jim.
Jim.
Yeah, and they were there just really to comfort her. They weren't really expecting to get any answers or anything. And I always do that too. I think if you passed yesterday, that unless you just haven't crossed over, you're not available for comment. Let's put it this way, for a while, until you kind of, there's that period where you can get to go around and show up in the World War II, World War I things, where in the North America, the mom would be in the kitchen and turn around and see her son in uniform, and he would disappear. And then a week later, they get the telegram saying so-and-so is missing in action or had been killed in action. And it's approximately the same date they saw the person. So, it's that I'm here, I'm gone. There's no, and then you get the kids who say, Grandpa came and talked to me and hung out and sat on the foot of my bed and said everything was going to be okay. I still think it's creepy that, and most of them don't come to your bedroom and stand at the foot of your bed, because that's one way to scare the bejiggers out of a living person is to do that. But on the other side, they'll come in dreams or literally stand in a comfort zone like a kitchen. Or your backyard.
I've had experiences of spirits crossing that have been close to me, where one showed up when the phone call was coming in, and she said, "Don't worry about it. I'm ready to go. Don't rush. Just let me have the moment to die. I don't want anyone to fuss over me." And I was like, "Okay, cool. I get it." The other one, he came over, and it wasn't the day of his death. I knew it was happening, but he showed up shortly afterwards and just started absolutely downloading. He was just overwhelmed by what was on the other side, and he knew I was the only one who'd understand what was on the other side. So he came through. Another one, I didn't see him for over a year after his death. And it's because he had things that related to me that he had to work through before he could come to me. So I've never really understood why people say there's a time limit, because I've seen them at all different stages. It's just a matter of where they are personally, I think. So for him, it could be that he's able to cross over and be more interactive because of the relationship, because of the situation of the death.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it when you involved with people who have, and this is very rare, because the actual, to be around somebody who is, or two people that had actually dealt with a recent loss. The gentleman who ran the museum and the young woman who lost her fiance, as a paranormal investigator, that's very rare. You'd never go out looking to contact those people. These two individuals came into my life. I didn't know them. My friend Jim knew them, but I didn't. But it was, I've never been that close to somebody who had actually had somebody pass in a short period of time, and could see their energy and then get all that information about why I'm not supposed to be there and this is what's happening and things. And it was very confusing for me. And again, leaving me with a ton of questions about people who pass normal. And what they go through and things.
No, for them, they knew that you would understand that the invitation wasn't extended to you. In fact, I don't even think it was even extended to those who went.
I think it was, yeah.
It was allowed. And
yeah, who knows? Well, I think it was.
The thing is that it was needed.
Yeah. And I think at the end of the day, talking to them, it was more of a almost counseling, as opposed to, it wasn't a paranormal investigation where we want to go talk to somebody who's passed. It's just a comfort.
No, it was needed for her, but it wasn't meant to be anything that we would do normally.
Yeah.
Where we'd go with the recorders and go, okay, we're at your funeral, now talking to the recorder.
Yeah.
I actually think that's kind of rude and offensive.
Yeah, and this is what it was. And it was back at the house, but unfortunately that's where he passed too. But they used K2 meter, and I think Jim was saying they did get something, but it's nothing. It's very interesting that you said it had something to do, the woman that, that I think kind of had her foot in the door, was a sister or a sister-like. And I think we discussed at the time that it was, it could have been his sister who had passed earlier, 12 years earlier or something.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Very interesting. So, yeah, terrible accident. And I don't like, hearing people stuff like that, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We get out of our recorders and our audio and our video. Interesting place, beautiful place. It's up in British Columbia, about 7 hours north of Vancouver, British Columbia, on the coast, and go inland up to where Dave Scott lives. And it's a place called 108 Mile Ranch, and there's a museum up there of all these old buildings. So if you're out in Western Canada and you get a chance to go up there, please do. And I'm going to bring Jim, who was the investigator out there and knew the whole area. We're going to go down to Concrete, Washington, and come down and see you and your crew. And now I'm going to let everybody out there go to sleep. And usually this is the time when
I can go with that.
Nobody's calling, where I say, okay, Paisley, does my dad have any information about me? And it's like, we'll do that some other day. Paisley, Skeeter. Oh my gosh, it's the ending. Oh, I'm so tired. Skeeter, thank you very much. And I will, and I'm going to come down there and see you soon. We're trying to get down there before it really snows heavy, and we can't get there with our wimpy summer tires. And if not, we'll meet somewhere else. But lots of good snooping around, paranormal investigative type place in the Pacific Northwest, right down into Northern California and everywhere else. Near the coast, near the water moving, with rivers flowing into the ocean, lots of energy. And that's another thing we're going to talk about one day, Skeeter, is the energy. How certain things in the rivers, in the air, actually help us communicate with those on the other side. So again, thank you, young Skeeter. And
thank you.
Yeah, so thank you all. And where could we get a hold of you? What's your address?
You can get a hold of me at bluemoonweaver.com or bluemoonweaver@gmail.com.
bluemoonweaver.com, and you are a member of the
I'm a member of Forest Moon Paranormal here in Washington, and a member of Purple Sage in New Mexico.
You'll have to excuse me, because I actually turned off the little recording thing that comes up at the end, primarily because I wanted to hear a little bit more. So you're also in New Mexico, a group in New Mexico.
Yep.
Yeah. And what's really cool about Forest Moon Paranormal, they have people that will remote view anywhere on the planet. If you have an investigation, get Eric Cooper and his crew. They will peek around corners and stuff like that. And thanks again for Paisley. Thank you, Skeeter, and for everybody else. Yes, this is the time I'm going to say it. Please, and I mean this because I don't want to pull this car over, like I said. Please just keep an open mind.
This is our last goodbye. Young hearts will stop. Torn souls set free. All that we have is now. If this is what you want, then come to me.
All right, that's it. Let's roll. And hey! Let's be careful out there.
Far over the snow, what are those voices? They sing and they go. What are those voices? Look over the mountain. Because somebody died, somebody better hide on through the hill, like a pack of angry wolves on the trail. Dead or alive,
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Dave's not here!
Headline edition, July 8, 1947. The Army Air Forces has announced that a flying disc has been found and is now in the possession of the Army. Army officers say the missile, found sometime last week, has been inspected at Roswell, New Mexico, and sent to Wright Field, Ohio, for further inspection.